The board meeting will start as soon as we get a quorum, so bear with us, please. Good morning, everyone, and welcome members of the public. We welcome you to the regularly scheduled meeting of Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, April 8th, 2025. Please note that Supervisor Mitchell will be absent from today's meeting. We do have a quorum. The Chief Executive Officer, County Council, Executive Officer, and Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We'll begin today's board meeting with the land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. The invocation today will be led by Pastor Peter Moord, New Life Church from the 5th District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Cynthia M. Gudinez, Staff Sergeant, United States Marine Corps from the 1st District. If you are able, please stand.
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for our beautiful LA County. And Lord, as we have since 1850, we come before you to ask for divine assistance and protection and guidance for this meeting. And Lord, we pray that you'd please protect and direct our supervisors as they lead all 88 cities in our wonderful county. And Lord, I pray that you would protect all 10,000 deputies as they seek the peace and well-being of our communities as well. We pray that you would help us as we restore the communities that have been wrecked by the fires recently. We pray that you'd please help us as we prepare for the events that are coming up in just a couple of years, the Olympics and the World Cup. We pray that you'd please give wisdom today. We pray that you would protect and guide. I pray that you would give health and well-being to our county and to the businesses of our county. May you flourish and provide for our county. And Lord, I pray for the churches of Los Angeles County, that we would be the hands and feet of Jesus, that, Lord, we would seek out and help the most vulnerable and weak in our county. And Lord, I pray that you would please be with this meeting. Lord, I pray that you would help our supervisors to seek the well-being of our citizens and put, Lord, the progress of our county before any personal gain or politics. Lord, I pray that you'd please, Lord, help us as we start this meeting. We pray that you would please give us your wisdom and clarity, and it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Good morning. Please face the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. If you're a veteran, you may render a hand salute and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
My turn. I'd like to thank Pastor Peter Mord for leading us in today's prayer. For the past 15 years, Pastor Peter Mord of New Life Church in Palmdale and his wife Danielle have enjoyed helping others find new life with Christ. Peter holds a bachelor's in pastoral theology and master's in Christian counseling. He is passionate about telling others about Jesus and helping them become committed followers of Christ. Peter and Danielle have two sons, Camden and Chandler. Pastor Peter Moore, thank you for coming all the way from the Antelope Valley to lead us in your invocation prayer today. We appreciate everything you do on behalf of not only the Antelope Valley, but of the entire county of Los Angeles. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Hi, how are you? Good to see you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank Cynthia M. Godinez for leading us today in our Pledge of Allegiance. Cynthia was raised in the 1st District in East Los Angeles and attended as a graduate of Garfield High School. She's a resident currently in East Los Angeles and currently serves as the station commander for the U.S. Marine Corps recruiting substation in East Los Angeles. Cynthia first enlisted in the delayed entry program at the recruiting substation in East Los Angeles on October 15, 2012. She then attended a recruit training at Marine Corps' Recruit Depot, Paris Island on September 9, 2013, and with the 4th Recruit Training Battalion, Oscar Company, Platoon 4041. Upon graduation in December of 2013, Cynthia became a private first class and received orders to join the Marine Combat Training at Camp Greger in North Carolina. She was then assigned to MOS 0111 and received orders to report to Personnel Administration School at Camp Johnson in North Carolina in February 2014. In April of 2014, Cynthia reported to Headquarters and Headquarters Squadron, Marine Corps Air Station in Iwakuni, Japan, and served as an administrative specialist for Installation Personnel Administration Center. And back in June of 2014, Cynthia was promoted to Lance Corporal and then promoted again to Corporal in March of 2015, which was followed with the permanent change of assignment to Marine Aerial Refueler Transport Squadron 152, Marine Aircraft Group 12, and 1st Marine Aircraft Wing. Cynthia was assigned as a non-commissioned officer in charge of her duration there. She graduated from Corporal's course on July 22, 2015, and on June 2015, Cynthia received orders to report to the 4th Marine Corps District, where she first served as a diary and orders chief and then was promoted to sergeant in December of 2016. Cynthia attended the sergeant school at Camp Lejeune in North Carolina and graduated on August the 7th in 2018. In March of 2019, Sergeant Godinez received orders to the 1st Intelligence Battalion and held the billet of Administrative Chief. She then returned to California to attend a career course at Camp Pendleton and graduated on December the 19th of 2019. In March of 2020, Cynthia joined the Wounded Warrior Battalion at Camp Pendleton and served as the Administrative Chief and Limited Duty Coordinator. She was then promoted to the rank of Staff Sergeant on August 1st of 2020. 2 years later, in 2022, Cynthia moved to the recruiting duty and since has served as the station commander for recruiting substation East Los Angeles. Cynthia's personal decorations include the Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal, the Sea Service Deployment Ribbon, the Navy and Marine Corps Overseas Service Ribbon, the Military Outstanding Volunteer Service Medal, and a Good Conduct Medal. Cynthia, every single year you've achieved success, and we are really proud of you, especially representing our country, but also representing the 1st District in East Los Angeles. And thank you for your courage, your bravery, and everything that you do for us today. So on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors, we want to say thank you, muchísimas gracias, and we are very proud of you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, you're welcome.
Today, I would like to introduce you to sweet Sophia. Sophia is a 2-year-old German Shepherd mix, a little bit of boxer in her. She loves seeking affection and will instantly roll over for belly scratches. Sophia has a gentle play style. She's very social and enjoys walking with her leash. She is a perfect companion during April's beautiful weather. She was an owner surrender simply because they didn't have enough time to take her out. But she does well with other dogs and is truly, truly gentle. If you'd like to make Sophia your own, call the Agora Care Center at 818-991-0071. Again, 818-991-0071. This is sweet Sophia. And then I'd like to draw your attention to the screen for our pet from Palmdale. This is Cindy, a 1-year-old Alaskan Husky. This friendly husky came into the Palmdale Care Center as a stray and is ready for a forever home. That doesn't look like a husky, does it? To adopt her, call the Palmdale Care Center at 661-575-2888. Again, 661-575-2888. That looks more like a sheep herding dog, but it's sweet. So we've got some promotions. Also, spring is a perfect time to bring home a new pet because the county has 2 great promotions going on. Throughout the entire month of April, adoption fees are waived for both dogs and cats at the Palmdale Animal Care Center, thanks to a generous grant. And to all of our care centers, adoption fees are waived for senior pets older than 6 years through April. These older pets deserve love and affection just as much as puppies and kittens do. If you're looking to bring love into your life, now is the time for you to go to one of our shelters and adopt. Thank you. All right, we are now going to move on to today's agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 1 through 7. On item 2, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 4, Supervisor Barger would like to amend Supervisor Hahn's motion to include the following directives. Instruct the Director of Health Services to engage with the administration of Catalina Island Hospital and report back to the board in writing within 90 days with an analysis of the hospital's emergency room operations, including a detailed breakdown of expenditures, staffing, services, and equipment, and provide technical assistance to Catalina Island Hospital regarding billing, reimbursement, and other administrative or operational needs related to the emergency room. On item 5, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. Also on this item, Supervisor Barger and Horvath would like to revise their joint motion to update Directive Number 1 to establish the authority for properties impacted by the Eden Fire for the duration of the county's emergency declaration and recovery period, subject to the contents of the Memorandum of Understanding referenced in Directive Number 2. On item 6, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 7, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be continued 1 week to April 15, 2025. This item relates to item 1D. On page 8, Administrative Matters, items 8 through 34. On item 8, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be continued 1 week to April 15, 2025, as indicated on the posted agenda. On item 9, the Chief Executive Officer requests that this item be continued 1 week to April 15, 2025, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 22, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On page 23, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 24, separate matter, items 35. On page 25, special district agenda, this is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority, items 1D through 4D. On item 1D, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be continued 1 week to April 15, 2025. This item relates to item 7. On page 28, notices of closed session, items CS1 and CS2. On item CS1, County Council requests that this item be continued 1 week to April 15, 2025. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair. The requests for continuance through CS2 are before you.
Thank you. Motion by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve these items. That shall be the order. Executive Officer, please play the code of conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
All right, today we will begin with item 2, then public comment on items not held for discussion by the board. And I'm checking to see if we can front load also general public comment as well. Then we will go into closed session. When we will return, we will take up items 6 and 22 and finish with general, or hopefully finish at that point. So with that, before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking roles.
For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-692-8955 and use participant code number 4433663. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items not held by the board. 1 minute to address the board on items held by supervisors, and 1 minute to address the board on general public comment for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please state your name and clearly indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. Please monitor your time and the items you are signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be moved from the listening queue to the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item you would like to speak on. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the 2 speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so.
Thank you. We will begin with item 2, motion to proclaim April 10th, 2025 as Dolores Huerta Day. throughout Los Angeles County celebrating Dolores Huerta's 95th birthday and recognize her remarkable achievements, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 and then 0 to comment on this item. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair, and to my colleagues and members of the public. What a beautiful day it is today to be able to celebrate our dear friend and my comadre, Dolores Huerta. In just a few days, Dolores Huerta will be celebrating her 95th birthday. She doesn't look a day over 30. And I'm absolutely thrilled to proclaim April the 10th as Dolores Huerta Day throughout the Los Angeles County, all 10 million residents. There is no one more deserving of this honor than you, Dolores. As many of you know, Dolores Huerta is one of the most influential labor activists of the 20th century and a leader of the Chicano civil rights movement. She co-founded the United Farm Workers Association alongside Cesar Chavez, which later merged with the Agricultural Workers Organizing Committee to form the United Farm Workers. Growing up in La Puente, I saw Dolores as an iconic role model for Latinas, for someone who looked like me. I could relate to her. She is one of those Latina leaders that has transcended so much and broken so many barriers. I remember vividly seeing Dolores in a newspaper holding up the iconic Huelga sign. Remember the movie Norma Ray? Well, this is the real thing right here. Dolores Huerta. That photo continues to inspire me each and every day. And I have witnessed firsthand the deep-rooted racism that Latinos have faced. In fact, as a school teacher, you once talked about how you were looked down upon by your teacher because you simply did too well. You wrote such a wonderful summary that you submitted that your teacher accused you of not doing it yourself. The second incident where you faced racism was, I believe, back in 1945 at the end of World War II, when your brother was brutally beaten by a white man simply for wearing a zoot suit, a popular Latino fashion style at that time during the 40s. And after earning an Associate of Teaching degree from the University of Pacific's Delta College, Dolores briefly taught school in the 1950s. But after seeing so many hungry farm worker children come to school, Dolores felt a greater calling. She knew she could have a bigger impact on organizing farm workers and their families. And in 1955, she founded the Stockton chapter of the Community Service Organization, also known as CSO, which led voter registration drives and fought for economic stability for Latinos. Dolores met Cesar Chavez through a CSO associate, and in 1962, they both co-founded the National Farm Worker Association, the predecessor of the United Farm Workers, UFW. Dolores served as its vice president for the UFW until 1999. She was instrumental in organizing the 1965 Delano strike, which involved 5,000 grape workers, and was the lead organizer, negotiator in securing the workers' contract that followed. During her time at UFW, Dolores helped organize workers, negotiated contracts, and advocated for safer working conditions, including the elimination of harmful pesticides. She also fought tirelessly for unemployment and healthcare benefits for agricultural workers. In 1973, Dolores led a groundbreaking consumer boycott of grapes, which ultimately resulted in the historic California Agricultural Labor Relations Act of 1975. The law allowed farm workers to form unions and bargain for higher wages and better working conditions. And throughout the 70s and 80s, Dolores continued to push for better legislative representation for farm workers. It was during that time that I met her back as I was serving as a trustee at Rio Hondo College in the city of Whittier. Together, we protested the elimination of the Center for the Mexican American Students Association at Cal Poly Pomona while I served in the state assembly. I will never forget those moments. And as a result, that building still stands today, and they have honored Dolores by naming one of their rooms, conference rooms, library, after Dolores Huerta. From that moment on, I continue to work alongside Dolores because whenever there was injustice, Dolores was right there, ready to join in. When I was serving in the state Senate, working with a group of while she was working with a group of female farm workers who were organizing a union, Dolores came to see me in Sacramento. She showed me a video of a man brutally throwing an entire crate of strawberries weighing about 25 pounds at a woman working in the fields on her head. When the video ended, Dolores simply looked up at me and said, "Let's get to work." At that time, we had a governor who didn't prioritize Latinos, women, and working families, but we worked even harder to stand up for what was right. And we did, crafting legislation and working closely with the Agricultural Labor Relations Board in California. Dolores also worked alongside with me when I served in the Congress regarding the disappearance of women who were murdered in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, back in the 1990s. In 2003, I led a congressional delegation to Ciudad Juarez, and in 2006, I wrote a resolution on the issue that passed the House, urging the Secretary of State to take action. But I remember fondly my memories of having Dolores right by my side. I asked her to join me and a delegation of congressional members to join alongside that visit in Ciudad Juarez, to meet with the federal representatives of Mexico, the governors there, the judges, and the police. What we found out was disheartening because they were not taking responsibility for the brutal murders of over 250 at that time. It's since gone way up, 400 young women who were killed, who were trafficked, and what have you. Their bodies were never recovered. But we led on with legislation and a resolution to create a formation of a group that would go back, a forensic unit, to go through and sift through the cadavers, unfortunately, and return those remains to the families so that they could have closure for their children, for their daughters. That's something that may not be written everywhere, but it is a fact. It did happen, and we know that we're greater for having Dolores' participation there alongside with me, because so many more people became involved in what we know now is feminicide. And that is something that continues throughout the world. She helps to inspire so many of us. I know here on the dais, some of my colleagues have worked with her on many issues, and so many people in the audience. And I especially want to thank those directors from the county departments and friends, her colleagues, as well as her board members who came here this morning to help celebrate her. And certainly this is not the last of her celebrations, because right after this event, she's going to be honored by LA Unified School District, also proclaiming Dolores Huerta Day. She deserves so much more. I do want to mention briefly that she is the one individual who created that powerful call that many of us reflect upon when we go to marches or when we're at rallies and events. And that famous call is Si se puede. Si se puede was coined by Dolores Huerta, and that is a fact as well. We celebrate you, Dolores, for all of your achievements, especially for the Lifetime Service Awards that you received, including the Eugene V. Debs Foundation Outstanding American Award, the Eleanor Roosevelt Award for Human Rights, and the Presidential Medal of Freedom that was bestowed upon you by Barack Obama. And in 1993, you became the first Latina inducted into the National Women's Hall of Fame. And that's why it's such an honor for me, and I know for so many that you represent, to be able to declare very proudly April the 10th as Dolores Huerta Day across the Los Angeles County. Dolores, your life and legacy are an integral part of our collective history and our resistance. And I am deeply honored to be a part in knowing you and serving alongside you as you mentored me and so many others. Thank you and God bless you. I believe my colleagues want to also join in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Solis, for bringing this forward and giving us all an opportunity to celebrate Dolores Huerta, wish her happy birthday. The reception you had upstairs earlier was so inspirational. First of all, listening to you and your stories, and then the two of you together, really changing the course of history, in California, in Washington, D.C. It was quite inspiring. But thank you for the opportunity for all of us. You're an extraordinary woman, Dolores Huerta. Your legacy has shaped the fight for justice, equity, workers' rights, again, not just in California, but across this nation. And I agree. I feel like, those great moments at the rallies where Dolores would say, "Si se puede," and we all could join in, and it was like, yes, we can. And it was a rallying cry for so many, but I think whatever it was you were fighting, you kind of took that phrase. As a woman, you were taking that phrase, yes, we can overcome and do so much. Your tireless work, Dolores, transformed the lives of countless families, empowering farm workers, and so many marginalized communities across our United States. Let us today, in honor of your 95th birthday, let us reaffirm our collective responsibility to carry forward your vision of justice, of equality, and the well-being of all working families. And when you said, Supervisor Solis said, she looked like you, and you could relate to that. I think that's what I felt as a woman, because honestly, growing up, most of our major civil rights leaders were men. I mean, they were good men, Cesar Chavez, Martin Luther King, John Lewis, but they were men. And so for me as a woman to see Dolores Huerta be just as strong, just as empowering, and I think that the success of the grape boycott and the lettuce boycott were the housewives. Because I remember for me, here's my dad, who was such a great civil rights leader himself, but it was my mom who refused to buy the grapes at the grocery store. And I think that was the secret weapon in that fight was, and at those times they were housewives. Like very few of them actually did work outside of the home, but they had the power of going to the grocery store and whatever they bought or did not buy and take to their own kitchen tables, I think was part of the strength. And it was because it was a woman who was leading that cause and spoke to them directly. So thank you for your life, thank you for your legacy, and thank you, Supervisor Solis, for giving us the opportunity ourselves to honor the great Dolores Huerta. Thank you.
Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would agree. It's truly a gift to us. While we're celebrating your birthday, it is a gift to us to be able to celebrate with you today, Dolores. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you, Supervisor Solis, for making this motion possible and this celebration possible. It's just an honor to be able to celebrate with you your 95th birthday. When I saw you at convention, I will say, I never would have guessed you're 95 years old based on how long you can go and how well you party. You have never, but most importantly, you have never stopped demanding better for our communities. And you've never been afraid to fight for what's right, to make sure people are seen, are heard, and are valued. You show us what it means to lead with courage, with conviction, and with heart. And you show us that the work does not stop. I remember years ago standing with you at a border action with the National Organization for Women, and you centered the humanity of the people who are struggling and facing so much atrocity there. And I think that fight and what that experience was like standing alongside you sticks with me even more so today in light of all that we're experiencing. You show us that because of your example, more women are now in power, young people are inspired to action, and more communities are organizing for change. And as a fervent reproductive justice advocate, I have found your personal example as a mother of 11 who also uses her voice to ensure that we get to decide whether and when and how we create our families. Your example is powerful testimony of the coalition of people who are fighting for reproductive justice everywhere. Your impact is felt across generations. including my own and the ones to come. And I know that I will carry forward your lessons of equity and of justice for all. And I thank you for the example that you have given to me and to so many. And thank you for welcoming your family into this work as well. We love having your daughters with us and knowing that the work continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. And I, too, want to wish you a happy birthday. And I will say you've got good genetics, because you're absolutely right. You truly have just set the bar pretty high for all of us that are looking forward to getting to 95. I want to thank you, Supervisor Solis, for bringing forward this motion today and the opportunity to really celebrate your life and the achievements and the path that you put forth for so many young people, especially young women. You've dedicated your life to fighting for justice, equality, and civil rights. You've played a key role in advocating for fair wages, better working conditions, and the right to unionize. However, your work doesn't stop with labor rights today. You continue to empower young people to engage in activism and leadership while advocating for immigrants, women, and children. A couple of years ago, I had the honor and opportunity to attend a renaming celebration in Burbank, Unified School, that changed its name to Dolores Huerta Middle School. That speaks volumes to the impact you've had on my district. Your legacy is one of resilience, courage, and a deep commitment to justice. Today, we reflect on your passion to overcome challenges and make reality the changes we want the entire world to see. So with that, happy, happy birthday. We look forward to celebrating you at 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. All right? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Supervisors Solis, Barger, of course, Janice Hahn, also Lindsay. Thank you so much for this wonderful, wonderful tribute, for this wonderful recognition. You all really fill that promise that Coretta Scott King, I'm going to mention her as another powerful woman, when Coretta Scott King said, we will never have peace in the world until women take power. We will never have peace in the world until women take power. And to see all of you great supervisors here that are showing that example that women not only can lead, women do lead, but you do it with all of the courage that is needed right now. And especially we see that the supervisors of Los Angeles County women will not be afraid. They will not be intimidated, as we see so many of our political leaders right now throughout, not only in Washington, throughout the United States, and even in our own state of California, you know, that you are really showing the way of courage, right? Courage and the things that need to be done, and you're not backing down. So I think the people in Los Angeles County are very fortunate to have the leaders that they have here in the County Board of Supervisors. And Hilda Solis, what can I say? I keep saying that they need to do a documentary about Hilda's work because she is so modest, and she never really brags about herself or talks about the work that she's done. But when you can imagine when we were in Mexico, when she was challenging the feminicide that was happening, when women were getting killed, and you know, nobody was really doing anything about it. But she by herself was able to get not only the Congress of the United States to see what was going on down there, but she got the officials from Mexico City, from the city of Juarez, and brought them all together, the law enforcement people, both the U.S. side and the Mexican side, and said somebody has to do something to stop the killing of all of these women. You know, and she did that she used her power from here from Los Angeles to go into Mexico and demanded justice for the women that were being killed. And she was able to accomplish that. And it was the first time that anybody ever committed to do anything and she was able to get both sides of the border, the Mexican side and the U.S. side, to say, we've got to do something to stop the femicide. And it did happen. So I think that's just a great example that the work that you do, the justice that you fight for and make happen, it transcends Los Angeles County and it transcends borders. So I just want to thank all of you so much for the great, great shining example of leadership and courage and the vision that all of you have, not only for LA County, but for the state of California. You are an exemplary example of what public service looks like, because you work for the people, for the people. Muchas gracias. I want to thank you very much, and thank you again for this great honor that you have bestowed on me. And I have here my two daughters, Maria Elena Chavez and Juanita Chavez, who also grew up in the movement. And also a member of my executive board of the Dolores Huerta Foundation. We continue to work in organizing people at the grassroots level, and we work in the Central Valley of California, mostly with the farm worker families, so that they can take the power to challenge the issues that they have in their own community, and that they can create their own leadership coming right there out of the grassroots. We don't determine ahead of time who's going to be the leaders. They organize and then they choose their own leaders, and they choose the leaders depending on how much work they do. So that Jim Garrison and his wife Rachel Garrison are also in the audience, members of my executive board. So I want to thank them very much for coming, and other people that have joined us. Oh, SEIU is in the house, Service Employees International Union. Oh my God, look at that. So much leadership in the house. Thank you all. Thank you. We have to remember and remind people that the working people, the people that work, they are the foundation of our democracy, and labor unions are their leaders, and they deserve to have strong unions, and we have to keep fighting to make sure that the laws that are supposed to help labor, that they actually get stronger and not weaker. And we will not be moved. We will not be moved. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, SEIU, for joining us today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Just add one more thing, that we also have workers that are right now on strike at the Kaiser. They're striking. National Union of Healthcare Workers is now, and they have workers that are on a 5-day hunger fast. They are not eating for 5 days, trying to get a contract for the mental health workers, okay? So let's support them also. Members of the National Union of Healthcare Workers that are right now, they have a strike that's been going on quite some time, trying to get a contract for mental health services here at Kaiser. So thank you very much for giving me all this time and for this great recognition. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Executive Officer, would you please call those members of the public that wish to speak in honor of Dolores Huerta Day?
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up for this item. Moderator, as a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 2, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Go ahead,
Our first participant is Roy Humphrey. Your line is open. If you're unmuted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Roy, please begin.
And Sister Southern. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Mr. Humphrey.
Can you hear me?
Very well. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Happy birthday to Ms. Huerta, and thank you for all the good things that you've done over the times and you and Cesar Chavez. I lived in Monterey, Salinas Valley area during the 80s, and was well aware of things that are going up there, and thank you for all the good things that you've done. But something we also need to remember, and Cesar Chavez was very big about, and that is opposed to illegal immigration, which just puts asunder a lot of the good things that done for the farm workers, et cetera. And so I will leave it there. And we must not forget the Zoot Suit riots and so forth, go back a long ways on that, which I have a lot of documentation on. That's very good. So thank you very much once again, and have a long, long life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you, and what a nice recognition. And not to correct the great Dolores Huerta, she is of course right. Hilda Solis is humble and hardworking, but it's fair to say she does have a village named after her, so not that humble. And as we pass by Cesar Chavez Day and into what is 95 years, it's incredible. I certainly hope that the city council will also come by to recognize Ms. Huerta. This is a woman who, not only did she organize a 5,000 worker grape strike and negotiate contracts while raising 11 children, which I find absolutely impressive. So si se puede is exactly right, but not actually if you want to testify at city council, because there, if you're a working class person and can't schlep all the way over to City Hall, they've cut down the phone-in options. It's a shocker. And by the way, where is Supervisor Mitchell today? She seems to have skipped out, maybe because of item 7, which is a metro.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Amalgamation that needs a great deal of scrutiny. And thank you for your time.
Next speaker,
Madam
please.
Chair, there are no other remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Thank you. Item 2 is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
C.
Supervisor Hahn, C. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all items not held for discussion by supervisors, including closed session matters, as well as general public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address in order for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time. Go ahead.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers. This will be public comment on all items, including closed session and general public comment. Items 6 and 22 will be taken up later for discussion. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Minerva Garcia, Allison Rubinfield, Vanessa Perez, Javier Garcia, Sky Jones, Mark O'Brien, James Hart, Rosa Anderson, Maria Torres, and Carmen Roberts. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Scott Wilk. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable members. I'm Scott Wilk, Senior VP for the LA Ventura County chapter of the Building Industry Association, and we are in full support of item 5, Supervisor Barger's motion to establish a unified permitting authority at the Altadena One-Stop Recovery Permitting Center. The devastation caused by the Eaton and Palisades fires is almost beyond comprehension. Thousands of structures lost, businesses destroyed, and lives upended. For the people of Altadena, the road to recovery is not just about rebuilding homes, it's about restoring hope, stability, and community. The county has already taken significant strides. The establishment of the One-Stop Recovery Center is a testament to the board's commitment to coordinated, compassionate recovery. But as we heard directly from residents, the main obstacles, delays, inconsistent permitting decisions, and interdepartmental red tape or slowing down their ability to rebuild and return home. This motion provides the clarity and accountability
Thank you.
we need.
Next speaker,
by
please.
Thank you. Emmy Guzman, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Emmy Guzman. I'm a Master of Social Work student at USC, and I'm interning with the LA County Department of Mental Health at the Downtown Mental Health FSP Clinic in Skid Row. Today, I want to talk about a care gap. It's really hard for patients to get medical transportation through LA Care. Oftentimes, I help my patients by calling LA Care, and they demand that I confirm the phone number associated with the insurance account in order to schedule a ride. Many of my clients are homeless. Most of them don't even have a phone. They don't offer an alternative method of confirmation. I can't always be with the clients when I call either, since rides need to be scheduled 2 days in advance. LA Care serves low-income community members. Why is it that one can only reserve medical transportation from LA Care if they have a phone? I don't know what the solution is here, but medical transportation needs to be made more accessible to LA Care members. Thank you.
Sabrine Abdulrahman, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Sabrine Abdulrahman. I'm with SC Justice Group, and I wanted to speak on the mental health issues at MJC. The men's central jail without replacement of jail or scenario should expedite the creation of mental health beds and secure and hold the sheriff and department accessible for the access. My son was incarcerated in men's central jail for a year. He had a mental health problem. He was not a criminal, and to come out and find that his own son, that was he got shot in the back, and he has to take care of him. We need mental health practices and these beds for men's mental jail.
Thank you.
Away
Next speaker,
and
please.
Incarcerated. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Pavin, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. But this is on all available items, and the general public comment merged into one. Is that correct? I'm sorry. That was a yes? Okay.
That's correct.
Other than item 2. We already talked. Okay, thank you, Supervisor Barber. We already talked about, first of all, as you probably know, I am a volunteer. And it is volunteer month, so I just wanted to underline that. I'm not getting a proclamation, but I do volunteer to participate in the local government, and it gets harder, but we continue to shine the light. And so thank you for 32B on that. Now, items 14 and 21, here we go again, authorizing emergency contracts. I know everybody loves an emergency, but now it's a few months later, we should be getting the insurance that we're getting competitive rates, especially given the headwinds with the items 26 and 29. Here we go through 29. I don't want to upset anybody, but that's $4 million in legal liability from the sheriff. So that is upsetting. We ought to print some of these checks early to get ahead of it. And then I understand that you're going to be doing take a look at the Avalon Hospital. Fair enough. And then item 7, this is very important. Years ago, back in county law, and all the supervisors who will remember, except for Horvath, which is that MRT was courting Watt companies in the lobby, and Bruckner, the former Amy Bodek, but only 5 months out, was rubbing his hands together. He continues to rub his hands together on this project. It's no longer the same. It's been renamed, which I find creepy, and it is a combo between the county and the metro land. Now, obviously the federal authorities are looking at homeless fraud. This is not exactly that. This is another kind of inside baseball that I have a very low tolerance for, because when I pointed out the holdback on Bruckner, the DA's office threw their hands up in the air and then fell to the ground in tears, but did nothing about it. So si se puede, but not when it comes to holding accountable the rules that we put in place to make sure everything's okay. So with regard to the sole source contracts, what is anybody ever going to speak up and say, that's a competitive area, pharmacy stuff. We should be competing, okay? Get a good price. That's how the world works. I hate to say it. I don't want to bog down in endless triplicate and administrative bullshit. That, of course, we don't need, but we need a balance because the job order contract credit cards, when I looked, and I am only one volunteer, I'm a volunteer, I saw some horrifying exhibits. I mean, you know, if you're curating a museum of fraud, first of all, it has to be free. And second of all, I will be happy to participate in having curated. Are you talking during my time?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I certainly have book. Okay.
Khadijah Shabazz, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, my name is Khadijah Shabazz, and I'm calling a member of SC Justice Group. I'm calling about the mental health and the deaths in MCJ. Supervisor Horvath, Supervisor Mitchell, thank you for always being on the side of the community that you serve. But I have to ask, what will it take for the rest of everybody to go on the same page? Notice people are dying in there. There have been 15 deaths in there since January. People are dying inside of Men's Central Jail. It is not a criminal offense to be mentally ill. We do not know or have any explanation as to why these deaths are occurring, but I would not want that to be the legacy left with me here in the City of Angels. It's been 5 years. I come every year. I come every time there's a chance to speak. There are people dying there, and we wish that you would get on board with stopping the deaths of MCJ. Close it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Roy Humphrey, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. And for congratulations on the nearly $1 billion homeless budget, which fails to delineate transients and address tunnel dwellers, as Supervisor Solis has been highlighted in TV and print news. A7, the federal immigration policies need to implement an immediate arrest and hold without bail Gavin Newsom and the Gang of Four on our Board of Supervisors on RICO charges, which will expedite the end of illegal immigration problem and save billions of dollars. DOGE, true equality. And our general public comment here. All supervisors have received an email link with Matt Christensen's masterful video on the obscenity BLM, Black Lives Matter. Yes, the toxic left-wing Democrats, as per Gavin Newsom, thank you, chose to have the accidental killing of a 46-year-old black man, multiple drug user, counterfeit money passing by a stupid white cop as their poster child for cause celeb. Blacks burning down a black business section of Minneapolis, which still has not recovered, is black at its best. Then how can we fault the Board of Supervisors for not acknowledging and celebrating the preeminent black scholar, soul of Stanford, Hobart University? Shameful. Rod Snyder on land acknowledgement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony Arness,
Next
your
speaker,
line
please.
Anthony Arness, your line is open. You may begin.
Anthony Arenas, born and raised in Van, speaking agenda item 29 and general public comment. For agenda item 29, the settlement really highlights the board's preferred approach to accountability and reform of the Sheriff's Department. On today's meeting agenda alone, this board is considering nearly $3.9 million in settlements for the sheriff's excessive use of force and another $185,000 for non-payment of custody assistance. The decades-long issues within the Sheriff's Department cannot be solved through individualized payouts to families who have experienced unmanageable harm at the hands of the department. And this goes into my general public comment. Sunday, March 30th, marks the 4-year anniversary of the Men's Central Jail Closure Report and the 16th year anniversary of John Horton was killed in Men's Central Jail by Sheriff Abraham. 3 people died in custody on that Sunday, and then another life was lost last week, bringing us to 1 death every 6 days this year. The highest death rate in the last 20 years at a time when our jail population is on its lowest point. And I think that if Sheriff Luna were here, item 22 would be at the start of the agenda to escape scrutiny in time. The Sheriff's Department has never made the answer for its
Sir, item
responsibility
22
over
is
the
being
jail.
held. You can reserve your comments for that time.
How many more lives will it take for each of the supervisors to stand with our constituents? No more delay. Close MPJ.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Benny Moore, your line is open. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
Hello? Yes, Benny Moore.
Please begin.
We can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to say hello and good morning to everyone. My name is Benny Moore and Annette Moore. I reside in Lancaster, California, which is in the Supervisors Catherine Burgers District, which is in District 5. I am asking for help from Supervisor Burgers to intervene to help the racism and attack on me and my the black and all super help. These same tactics were used on the Bruces in the Manhattan Beach case to take their land in the 1920s, and now it is being used on me and my family here in 2025. I need help like Janice Hahn did in Manhattan Beach. My land is being stolen from me because I am told that black and people of color was not allowed to
Thank
own
you.
this
Next
type
speaker,
of property.
please.
Peter Eisminger, your line is open. You may begin.
Excuse me. Hi, this is Peter Ensminger. I live in Long Beach in Supervisor Hahn's district, and I'm calling to urge the board to follow their own recommendations and close MCJ. It's frankly embarrassing to see.
Item 22 is being held, sir. You can make your comments during that time.
Yes.
This is item 29?
No, that's being held, so you'll have an opportunity to speak when that item comes up.
Okay. Can this be general public comment then?
Thank you.
Yes, you can make general public comment. Go ahead.
Okay. So the general public comment is that I urge the board to close MCJ without a replacement jail. It's they just need to follow the recommendations of the report that they commissioned. It's embarrassing that we as their constituents have to keep reminding them to do that again and again as the bodies, frankly, pile up inside a place that should be rehabilitated. And that's clearly not happening. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Angela Mills, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, hi. My name is Angela Mills. I live in District 5. I'm a member of SC Justice Group. Item number 22.
Item 22 is being
mental health.
held, and you can speak on item 22 when the matter is called.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good morning. My name is Rosa Andreessen, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers. I've been an LA County IHSS care provider for my daughter for 13 years in Supervisor Janice Hahn's district. I want the board to know how personal this is to me, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. I've had to leave my job doing data entry and computer science for a document retrieval company behind once my daughter's needs for my care increased. It was a good job and paid well. I realized that she was going to need the sort of around-the-clock care that only a professional IHSS care provider can provide. So I had to leave my job behind. Today, I often have to rely on government assistance like food stamps. When it's not enough, I even have to use my credit cards to afford food for my daughter and I. I've had times where I had to choose between paying a bill and groceries to survive, like many care providers in this large.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Carmen Roberts, Executive Vice President of SEIU 2015, representing over 290,000 home care workers here in Los Angeles County. I'm here to inform you that our bargaining team has officially entered negotiations with the PASS to win the quality wages for quality home care. Our goal is simple: to ensure that those who need home care have access to it by improving the lives of the county's largest low-wage workforce, a workforce made up predominantly of women of color who serve as the backbone of our long-term care system. These caregivers provide critical, compassionate support that keeps our loved ones safe at home or in the settings of their choice, and in doing so play a central role in the Los Angeles County's healthcare delivery system. We recognize the financial challenges facing the county, including the recent settlement related to sexual abuse.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Maria Torres. I am an LA County IHSS provider, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers. I'm here to share my story and why we need to invest in home care. I experienced homeless as an IHSS provider because I did not make enough money to pay my rent each month. My daughter was 13 at the time when we lost our apartment because I did not have enough money to pay the rent. We lost our apartment. No care provider should ever have to go homeless. My daughter and I had to rent rooms from family members to keep a roof over our heads. It was very unstable times for us. I've been able to get us back on our feet, but this day, I still struggle to pay the basics, keeping gas in my car to go to work.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Mark O'Brien. Today I'm here to present our homeless recovery program for submission and your approval. Our program is a 5-phase approach to addressing homelessness. I'd like to focus on just 2 of the 5 phases, which involves our skills training program. It is designed to reduce homelessness and has had phenomenal success in private industry for well over 35 years. Inside these packages, I'll submit our 3 documents: a brief presentation, our homeless recovery program outline, and our skills training program operational summary. I respectfully request that each of you review these documents and let me know when we can set up a next step meeting with a group of your decision makers where I can go into it even further detail and answer any questions. I proposed this program to LASA 3 years ago. They wouldn't have anything to do with it. Now that you have shed light on their operation, hopefully more aggressive programs that are accountable and produce results like our skills training program can replace them. Board members, thank you for your time.
Do you have something in writing that you can share with us, or? Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Vanessa Perez. I'm the mother of Joseph Perez, and I'm here to demand the records of Joseph Perez for those subpoenas that they're asking for, the COC. I don't know what you guys are hiding or what the department is hiding, but this is Joseph, and this is what surviving an arrest looks like from LASD. And I demand the records. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenos días, 8 de abril 2025. Mi nombre es Javier García Navarro. Con afecto y respeto expongo mis humildes opiniones ante las autoridades del Consejo de Supervisores de Los Ángeles. Reflexiones, datos inéditos.
Good morning. April 8th. Good morning. My name is Javier Garcia Navarro. With respect, I expose my most humble opinions at the Board of Supervisors in regards to Los Angeles with reflections and undocumented facts.
Reflexiones, no mentir, no robar y no traicionar al pueblo.
Reflections, not to lie, not to steal, and not to betray our town.
La diplomacia no es improvisada, la diplomacia se estudia. Si queremos conservar el poder en California, tenemos que aplicar la fórmula de ayudar a los pobres.
Diplomacy is not improvised. Diplomacy is studied. And if we want to conserve our town in California, we need to apply the formula to help out those in need.
Cualquiera que quiera gobernar California tiene que tener alianzas con los latinos mexicanos. Es mi humilde opinión.
Anyone who would like to govern California needs to have ties with the Mexican Latinos, in my humble opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is James Hart with Studio Electric. We're working on the Garfield High School stadium remodel. And in May of last year, we were issued some change orders for some scopes of work that were required in order to complete the project. Those change orders still haven't been approved. In August of last year, I was told by LAUSD that even though the change orders were not approved and we were not going to be permitted to proceed on time and material, we were forced to do the work, and if they didn't comply, they were going to go after my bond, take my home, basically everything I own. It's hard to describe what it feels like to be forced into work without pay, and more appropriately, what it feels like, the shame when you realize that you've allowed someone to basically enslave you. I don't believe that this board would approve of what's happening to me. I need help. I'm not here because I want to talk about this publicly. I'm here because I'm trying to be the man that my daughter deserves, and I'm fighting for her and for my family.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sir, you can meet with one of my staffers. This project is with the LA Unified School District, Garfield High School. We don't have direct jurisdiction over what happens at the school board level, but my staff person will talk to you and then we'll refer your case over.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
On July 27th, 2020, Joseph Perez was resuscitated after being viciously beaten by 7 Los Angeles deputies. The 7 Los Angeles deputies did this. They punched Joseph a total of 121 times until the deputies reported they were exhausted. Joseph barely weighed 110 pounds. During public comment, Joseph's mother has already shared her son struggles with bipolar and slight schizophrenia. He was having a mental health crisis and was put on the streets after being denied medical care. LASD began severely beating Joseph, even taking turns and switching positions until he stopped moving and left him in a puddle of his own blood. The Civilian Oversight Commission attempted to subpoena records about the deputy-involved shootings and beatings, and the department defied the subpoenas. This is ridiculous. Release the records. Justice for Joseph and all those brutalized by the police.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Allison Rubenfeld. I'm a legal fellow with the Loyola Anti-Racism Center and Check the Sheriff. Many agenda items today speak to this board's need to overhaul LASD. This board is about to approve $3.1 million in settlements for LASD's use of excessive force. One of those is for the Vargas family on behalf of 21-year-old Anthony Vargas, who was shot and killed by members of the deputy gang, the Bandidos. This settlement is an important end to a chapter for the Vargas family, who brought Anthony's case to trial despite multiple obstacles to make the deputies take the stand. However, reform of the LASD cannot come through individualized settlements. We are watching as the county lawyers help LASD resist transparency and advise them to defy subpoenas by the COC, like the ones for Joseph Perez, who was beat by the industry station deputies. This board and its lawyers needs to stop tinkering around the edges of reform and instead invest in a complete systemic reform of the department. This includes giving the COC independent counsel, closing Men's Central Jail, and eradicating deputy gangs once and for all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, my name is Minerva Garcia. I'm here to speak on items 29 and general public comment. This settlement closes a chapter for the family of Anthony Vargas, who at 21 years old was murdered by the Bandidos prospects. Too few families are able to break through the barriers of our civil litigation system to have their day in court. Many are forced into silence through non-disclosure agreements that come as a condition of settling these traumatic cases with the county. Suppressing information about the extent of the deputy gang crisis and LASD's violent and racist culture. I'm grateful to the Vargas family for bravely bringing this case to trial and forcing the LASD employees to take the stand despite the harassment they have faced by the LASD for telling Anthony's story. After enduring a federal lawsuit in which they were not permitted to present deputy gang evidence only to have it go into mistrial, I urge the Board of Supervisors to approve the settlement so the Vargas family can turn the page on this stage of their fight for accountability for Anthony's murder. However, the settlement is emblematic of the board's preferred approach to accountability and reform of LASD. On today's meeting agenda alone, this board is considering nearly $3.9 million in settlements for LASD's excessive violence. I also want to speak from the heart for Joseph Perez and his family and the brutality that he was faced with. It's unconscionable that all of you are not demanding that there be accountability from the LASD, that Men's Central Jail be closed, and for once and for all, defund the LASD.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Luna, and I'm the aunt of Anthony Vargas. Today, this board is prepared to approve a settlement in my nephew's case. My nephew was 21 years old when he was murdered by two deputies affiliated with the Bandidos, a known deputy gang. This county has spent hundreds of millions of dollars settling cases of brutality, murder, and abuse at the hands of LASD. Families like mine want accountability, but instead of holding violent deputies accountable, the county continues to protect them, hiding behind loopholes, security holds, and silence. Even while we speak out here today, we are not spared. We have been harassed, surveilled, and intimidated by LASD for demanding the truth and uncovering the corruption that thrives within these departments. We're asking the board to approve our settlement today. We're asking the board in Anthony's name to approve the settlement from the county, not to give my family any type of closure, but to provide some type of accountability. We're not here asking for much. We've been fighting for 7 years. We've been coming before you guys for 7 years, talking about deputy gangs, holding the sheriff's department accountable.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Karen Reed, and I'm a member of the SE Justice Group. I'm not giving any stats today, although 16 people have died in MCJ since January of this year. Instead, I'm going to talk to you about a day in the life of my grandson in MCJ. Wake up, no shower, no hot water for 4th day in a row. Breakfast, cornflakes. He's lactose intolerant. Lunch, peanut butter and jelly sandwich. He has a peanut butter allergy. Excuse me. Dinner, an unrecognizable entree. He eats the vegetables. No visit to the nurse or doctor for 27 days since he's had a swollen ankle and foot. Guards took his extra blanket and underwear. Talks to his family since they no longer have to pay for his calls.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Valerie Vargas. I'll be speaking on item number 29 and public comment. I'm here today to express my deep concern and disappointment by the agenda item 29 description of my nephew Anthony Vargas, who is still being criminalized after his tragic death. Despite the fact that he is no longer with us, his memory continues to be tarnished by the perpetuation of negative stereotypes and inaccurate information from the county and LASD. Because of qualified immunity, a doctrine that has allowed law enforcement officers to escape accountabilities for their actions and perpetuated systemic injustices in our communities. Anthony Vargas was violently killed by law enforcement, and our family's pursuit of justice has been hindered by the qualified immunity doctrine. By continuing to believe the police narrative, we are ignoring the complexities of Anthony's life and the circumstances that led to his tragic death, such as deputy gangs within LASD. The consequences of qualified immunity are far-reaching and devastating. This doctrine has been used to justify some of the egregious examples of police misconduct and has created a culture of impunity within law enforcement agencies. It's because of this doctrine that my family is forced to stand here and endure the sheer disregard of Anthony's life and have to further subject ourselves to a cycle of trauma and pain, making it more difficult for us to live a life full of worth. Although I'm asking here to approve the monetary value, there's no monetary value that could be assigned that can adequately compensate for the life that was stolen. And qualified immunity, justice for Anthony Vargas.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Sadia Woods. I'm a member of SE Justice Group, a powerful and loving community of women with incarcerated loved ones or who may be formerly incarcerated. I'm here today representing my son, who is currently incarcerated at Wayside Jail, but has been at Men's Central Jail for a lot of time since his incarceration in 2023. My son is incarcerated pre-trial. He hasn't been convicted of anything, and yet he has experienced horrific conditions inside of Men's Central Jail. He's been thrown into a cell with feces smeared all over the walls, put into a straitjacket. He's been denied the ability to see doctors and nurses when he's complained of medical care. These conditions are deplorable, and I'm sure you are well aware of what happens inside that jail, and it is despicable that you all have not moved forward to close Men's Central Jail. So I'm here asking you to—
Next speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is Helen Jones. I'm the mother of John Horton, who was beat to death in March 30th, 2009 by the 3,000 boy deputy sheriff gang members. And they bust John's liver, kidney, and all of his intestines inside. And this board knows clearly that that happened to my son. And it's sad that here it is 16 years later, if the 30th was my son's 16-year anniversary, and still this board is allowing deaths to happen. They're allowing our children and our community members to be killed inside Men's Central Jail 16 years later. Anthony Vargas, look what y'all let happen to him, because if you would have did something to these sheriffs 16 years ago, he would still be alive. Joseph Perez wouldn't have been beat by the sheriff department, almost beat to death, if this board would have did something 16 years ago. And we want this jail shut down, and we won't stop fighting for our community members and our loved ones. So y'all will continue to see us.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Genevieve Romero. I'm with Care First California and Dignity and Power Now. The Vargas family shouldn't even have to be here today about this settlement. People should not be dying because of sheriff deputy gangs and rampant sheriff violence. And that's happening, by the way, inside Men's Central Jail, which you all know, because this board voted to close Men's Central Jail, but it's still not closed. There's in-custody deaths increasing not only in Los Angeles, but across the state, and I haven't seen this board do anything about that. It's way beyond too late. There's people dying. 16 people have died just this year. 3 people died in one day. 3 people. 3 people died. 3 families were changed in one day. That should tell you how urgent this is, and yet we're still here. We're still here 5 years later, and the jail hasn't been closed. There was a plan. Why hasn't that plan been followed? Men's Central Jail needs to be closed, and this Board of Supervisors needs to do their job.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Excuse me, instead of clapping, can you just raise your hands if you support, please? Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Marcella Rosen. I'm a media coordinator with Care First California and Dignity and Power Now. Today alone, LA County is paying out $4.1 million in settlements for violence done by the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. Regularly, LA County spends over $100 million on LASD litigation for their violence. The Vargas family is receiving a settlement today for the murder of Anthony Vargas, who was just 21 when he was killed by deputy gangs. They deserve more than just money for the murder of their loved one. They deserve accountability, and they deserve for the system of violence that allowed these deputies to kill him to end. Every single person whose life is lost in custody affects not just them, but their family, their entire community. This year alone, 16 people have died in custody. That is 16 families, 16 communities, and the Board of Supervisors has continued to demonstrate that they do not care about this crisis, the highest rate in the last 20 years, and still no agenda item on it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, how you doing? My name is James Nelson.
No clapping. If you clap, I will have to ask the Sergeant Arm to escort you out. If you can just raise your hands in support, that will have the same effect. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, how you doing? My name is James Nelson. I'm with Dignity and Power Now. I'm formerly incarcerated. I'm a survivor of MCJ. I've witnessed folks get killed inside of MCJ. The family was told that the guy fell down the escalator and broke his neck, when in fact, he was just out roaming around and he got beat to death and handcuffed and let him fall down the escalator. But thank God that some folks in there knew that man's family and let them know what really happened to their family. You know, I just feel like everybody in this room should feel compelled to do something about this. I've been home 11 years, been coming down here to these meetings, and as others said, we're seeing more and more and more families coming up here telling y'all the same story. It's like a parent that's not chastising their kid. The kid is not gonna get right if you don't chastise your kid. Y'all need to chastise these sheriff deputy gangs. They are documented gang members. Treat them like you would treat any other gang member. You know,
Thank
we
you.
have
Next
civilian
speaker,
oversight.
please.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Janet Asante. I am with the Justice LA Coalition, and I'm here to speak to you about the lack of real action taken by this board this year. 16 people have died. We're seeing the highest in custody death rate of the last 20 years, and that has not been on this board's agenda. I go to sleep at night thinking about what I can do for my community and how I can care for all of the families whose stories I know in my capacity at Dignity and Power Now. You all hold one of the most powerful positions in this nation, in this world, and it is important that you demonstrate that this is a crisis for you as well. Every single time we have put out a statement about an in-custody death, it's already outdated within a week because another person have died or several people have died. We know that the so-called Sheriff's Oversight Commission is being disempowered by this board's county council. You are in charge of directing your county council. So if they are not giving the Civilian Oversight Commission power, that is up to you, and we will need to bring those audiences to you here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Rachel Bunton. I'm from SC Justice Group, and 16 too many that have died in LA County Jail. 4 in Men's Central alone. That's 16 too many. Men's Central is a death trap, and the jail closure implementation team proposed to plan to close the jail 4 years ago, and we're still waiting. And why do we have to wait for the safety of our community? When they die, we die. Our community is about us, and we're about others. And it's got to stop now. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no more in-person speakers.
All right, thank you for the public comment, and thank you for the general agenda items that you testified about. Executive office, please indicate the agenda items numbers on which we will be voting.
The following items are before you: 1, 3, 4 as amended, 5 as revised, 10 through 21, 23 through 31, 32A and 32B, 35, 2D through 4D. These items are before you.
Okay, those items before us, moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the executive officer. Executive officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis? Supervisor Solis has stepped out real quickly. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 3-0. Oh.
I'm sorry, what's the issue?
No, do we? Motion.
Wait a minute, Supervisor
Supervisor
Solis.
Solis is stepping right back in. Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
All right, members of the public and colleagues, we are now going to go into closed session. Executive officer, please read us into closed session.
In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS2, conference with labor negotiators, fees in Davenport, and designated staff as indicated on the posted agenda.
Thank you, and thank you to the SEIU team that is here as we go into closed session. Thank you. To the public and colleagues, we are now back from closed session. Executive Office, please read the report of action.
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on April 8th, 2025. Item number CS2, conference with labor negotiators, Fezia Davenport, and designated staff. No reportable action was taken. Thank you.
All right. We will now move on to item number 6, proclaiming April 11th as National Pet Day and Therapy Dog Appreciation Day in Los Angeles County, recognizing the positive impact of pets on mental health, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0. Now to comment on this item, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, I'm saying, where's Winston?
He's upstairs.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. The motion was a request from community residents that have received the services of therapy dogs. And therapy dogs provide, as you know, comfort and an emotional outlet for many patients across varying ages and diagnosis in our hospitals and our nursing homes. Therapy dogs can also be found providing support to survivors following disasters, which we just saw in Los Angeles County, and in special education classrooms, providing a sense of calm to children as they learn to read. Dogs are thought of as our best friends, and in many cases are a part of our family. They comfort us, they console us, and are partners in various roles in different industries. And they help individuals and communities flourish through their loyal partnership as police dogs, search and rescue dogs, military dogs, and so much more. And yet, they also rely on us. They depend on their humans for guidance and support and survival and love. Despite the symbiotic relationship, our shelters persist in overflowing with owner surrenders, lost family pets, and abandoned animals and strays. These are varying issues as to why pets are surrendered. And according to data collected by Los Angeles County Department of Animal Care and Control, the prominent reasons we continue to see an overflow of animals in our shelters are backyard breeding, housing issues, and affordability. Because pets are family, the Department of Animal Care and Control provides a program with this same name. They can help folks hold onto their pets with vouchers towards discounted veterinary services. They can also hold pets at the park services that provide free microchips, veterinary exams, food and vaccinations for dogs and cats. Reduced costs and free spay, neuter events are also frequently offered. And pet pantry program are also now available at the Baldwin Park Animal Care Center and other LA County Animal Care Centers. By proclaiming April 11th as the National Pet Day in Los Angeles County, we help to promote these services by further delivering more direct communication with our residents and explaining the health benefits that spay-neutering provides to pets. There's a common misconception that spaying or neutering one's pet can lead to a medical or behavioral complication, when in reality it helps eliminate certain cancers that can appear at various pet ages. Additionally, proclaiming April 11th as Therapy Dog Appreciation Day also serves to recognize the extraordinary role that pets play, therapy dogs as well as service animals provide. To mark the proclamation of April 11th as National Pet Day and Therapy Dog Appreciation Day, I would like to thank the following: the Los Angeles County Fire Department's Search and Rescue Team for their courageous work they conducted during January's fires and throughout the year. And we have a team here today in the audience. Fire Captain Michael Topfor. Michael, are you here? There he is. He's going to stand. Can you stand and be recognized? Thank you. Thank you for being here. And he also has his canine partner, Deacon. Deacon's here? Yep, okay, I can't see him. From Search and Rescue Team. In addition, I'd also like to uplift the Los Angeles County Fire Department's Peer Support Team. They provide support for first responders and survivors that see and endure so much during disasters. And we also have today Fire Captain Jacob Windle. Jacob, are you here? Okay, you all want to maybe come up and join us? And your canine partner, Echo, from the Peer Support Team. People want to see them, I think, more than they want to see us. They could maybe come in the middle. I'd also like to thank members, a community partner called Love on 4 Paws, who tirelessly provides emotional support at our hospitals, nursing homes, and schools in my district and around Los Angeles County. This organization, Love on 4 Paws, is run primarily by volunteers who have their own dogs trained to provide this service. Are any of the volunteers in the audience? Can they stand and be recognized? Thank you. Here today from Love on 4 Paws are volunteers Mercedes Legaspi and her dog. I think that's, there she is. And a volunteer, Cindy Naviera, and her dog, Cooper. Thank you. Why don't you all come up here? And we want to thank all of you because the love and support that our mascots, as we say in Spanish, mascotas, our pets, are really a part of our family, and they provide so much to all of us. So, Madam Chair, I turn it back to you, but I think people want to see the dogs on display up here, so thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. And I have to say that I've gotten to know, especially Echo, who during some of the darkest times that we've had in the fire department, ECHO has been truly a huge comfort to many of our firefighters that face a lot of stress each and every day. So I want to thank you for bringing them all here, and thank you all. I know how valuable therapy dogs are, especially in our hospitals, and it helps with the healing. So very, very grateful for you all being here. And then where's John O'Brien? Back to me. And John O'Brien, thank you for supporting your troops with this effort. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this motion and having this moment of joy here at the board with all of these wonderful puppies. I'm proud to join our board in uplifting the critical roles that pets and therapy animals play in our lives and in our communities. Animal therapy for people experiencing mental illness or social anxiety helps increase emotional stability while improving people's self-worth, socialization, and communication skills. Our animal friends, our animal companions can reduce stress, make us more active, and even improve cardiovascular health. Not to mention, they bring joy and fun and a pure source of love to many in need of companionship. I adopted my animal companion, Winston, during the COVID-19 pandemic while navigating the realities of isolation and feelings of disconnectedness. And he certainly brought a bright light during a time of uncertainty. So on behalf of Winston and I, we very much support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Supervisor Horvath, will you come down for a picture? All right, seeing no other supervisors wishing to speak on this item, would you please, Executive Office, call those that have signed up for public comment?
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Kevin Smalley, Zoe Montanier, Jose Bobadilla, Adelaide Vasquez, Leila Martinez, Kaylee Elkins, Jennifer Elkins, Norlyn Clemens, Marianne Akopka, Oshea Orchid, Jacob Windle, Michael Toprev, Cindy Navera, Mercedes Lagaspi, Vanessa Batista. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 6, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Madam Chair, there are no remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for this motion, Supervisor Solis. Now you are joining Supervisor Han and Supervisor Horvath because there's studies and clinical information that tells us that therapy dog programs provide comfort and stress relief for students through interactions with trained therapy dogs. And as a student of Santa Monica College, I was a participant of this program during final exams. So I would like the supervisors to consider supporting California community colleges in LA County to have a therapy dog program. Landmark College in the East Coast has such program, and it helps students with ADHD and students with autism to really regulate their nervous system. So I think it aligns with item 26 of last week's agenda, and I would like just to support this motion.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, my name is Kevin Smalley. I'm talking about National Pet Day and my pets that are dying from landfill odors. Want to know when we're going to get a state of emergency to stop it? And how long are my pets going to die? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Elkins. I'm standing here with Kaylee Elkins, Adelaide Vasquez, and Leila Martinez. We do support the National Pet Day. We think pets are great. We have many of our own. Unfortunately, we've had many pets die from the landfill odors at Chiquita Canyon landfill. I'm disappointed that public comment was earlier today. We were trying to make it in time to speak to you. This is a very urgent matter in our community. We really, really need your support and your help for a state of emergency. Our community is suffering. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Norlyn Clemens. I live in Valverde as well. And it's true, our pets are truly a precious part of our family. I love being here to learn about National Pet Day and Therapy Dog Appreciation Day. Our dog Shinji joined our family in the midst of COVID, energetic, fluffy, and fun. He was such a comfort and a love to our family. Now he's coughing and heaving. He sleeps most of the day, and he's only 6 years old. And we are learning about what has happened to some of the pets in the community who have actually been diagnosed with cancer. I can't afford to pay for those types of diagnostic tests for our dog. But to think that the impact of the landfill is not just on us and my children, but our pets as well, it's very concerning, and I really need Catherine Barger to act on our behalf.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, hello, good morning. My name is Vanessa Bautista. I'm here on behalf of Best Friends Animal Society in Los Angeles. I'm in support of the motion to proclaim April 11th, 2025 as National Pet Day, as well as Therapy Dog Appreciation Day in Los Angeles County. We appreciate Supervisor Solis for recognizing the value that our pets have in our lives and for putting forth this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Cindy Navera. I will sum it up by sharing my most received feedback is that's just what I needed. Whether it's a patient with a disability or a developmental delay, or a surgeon running down the hall or nurse or therapist, they all thank me for this interaction, which seems to be magical. Words don't describe it. It is some kind of encounter that a pet offers. I have a career nearly 40 years in LA County as an RN, advanced practice RN, and a nurse executive. And while Cooper can't do CPR, he delivers something that I absolutely cannot. Thank you for recognizing the benefits of pet-assisted therapy.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
And
Next
Cooper.
speaker, please.
Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. My name is Mercedes Legaspi, and on behalf of Love on Four Paws, I want to express our heartfelt gratitude for recognizing the work we do throughout Los Angeles County. Our dedicated volunteers and their remarkable therapy animals bring joy, comfort, and healing through the unconditional love only a pet can provide. Each visit is a meaningful encounter, whether it's at hospitals, rehabilitation centers, memory care facilities, schools for disabled students, or other various settings. Most recently, we had the privilege of bringing comfort to those who sought refuge from the devastating fires. These moments of connection, no matter the setting, remind us of the profound impact of animal-assisted therapy. My rescue, Mia, and I have been volunteering for almost 12 years, and in that time, I have witnessed the benefits a visit brings. Thank you for your support and for acknowledging the healing power of our furry volunteer friends. Together, we are making a difference.
Thank you.
Loving.
We will now go back to
Thank you very much for coming and participating. Thank you.
next speaker.
We have someone on the present, one on the line.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking on behalf of OSHA Orchid, who is still out in front on a call. We just want to express our support for National Pet Day. We all have pets in the Castaic community: cats, dogs, rabbits, horses. I will say with the Chiquita Canyon landfill, the fumes, the noxious odors, the poison, first starts with the rabbits. The rabbits are the ones that die first, then the cats, and now the dogs, while stronger, have all been having asthma and just slowly fading away every day that they're exposed to benzene, methane, dimethyl sulfide. So we need, for our pets, a state of emergency declared to relocate these pets and the residents away from this toxic landfill. So please act today. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go back to remote speakers. Moderator, may we have the next speaker, please?
Our first participant is Michelle Villagomez. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Michelle Villagomez. I'm the Senior Director for Municipal Affairs for the ASPCA, and the ASPCA is here to say they proudly support the proclamation of April 11th as National Pet Day and Therapy Dog Appreciation Day in Los Angeles County. This important recognition highlights the profound impact pets have on our mental and emotional well-being, whether through the comforting presence of a therapy dog or the daily companionship of a beloved pet. Animals play an essential role in creating healthier, more connected communities. We encourage all Angelinos to consider the joy and benefits of pet ownership, and we strongly advocate for adoption from shelters and rescues. By opening your heart and home to a pet in need, you not only transform their life, you enhance your own. The recent wildfires reminded us just how much people love and prioritize their pets, risking everything to keep them safe, and how deeply animals are woven into the fabric of our families. We also commend efforts to elevate awareness of
Thank
pet
you.
retention
Next speaker,
programs.
please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue. Please, to address the board.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other members of the public, this item is before us, item 6. Motion by Supervisor Solis, seconded by myself. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 3-0.
All right, we'll now.
He's coming back. Oh.
Supervisor Hahn.
Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you, and again, thank you for that motion. We will now move on to item 22, report on the progress of closing Men's Central Jail, which was held by Supervisor Horvath. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 to comment on this item. Visa Davenport, CEO, Wilford Pinkney, Executive Director, and Chidinma Ume, Deputy Executive Director of Jail Closure Implementation Team, CEO's Office, will make a presentation. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. I'm here to discuss the work to safely close Men's Central Jail. My team and I respect the seriousness and urgency of the task. From day one, we have worked to quickly mobilize county departments and actively engage community partners around the dual goals of closing down Men's Central Jail and expanding our community-based system of care. I've spoken directly to those in the community and those who work in the jail. People in the community express concerns about the safety of people being held in Men's Central Jail and the numbers of deaths that have taken place recently and historically. I'd like to affirm their pain and that of the communities that are impacted by those deaths. People who work in the jails have shared their concerns about their safety and the conditions they worked in. They have also expressed concerns about the people they have custody over and the conditions they live in. I personally have visited the jail, Men's Central Jail, and I agree wholeheartedly that it needs to be closed. The seriousness and urgency of this task requires that we build upon the hard work that has been done over the years to close Men's Central Jail. We've reviewed numerous reports and plans that have been created over the last 10 years. In order to get this right, we're updating this work to reflect today's realities and identify new strategies to depopulate the jail. The problem isn't ideas, it's action, but our action needs to be based on today's realities. Next slide, please. In my 4 months here, it's been clear that the name Jail Closure Implementation Team does not fully convey the broader holistic mission of the work. The new name, Community Safety Implementation Team, fosters collaboration with partners whose involvement will help achieve closing the jail in the shortest time frame. It also reflects the board's Care First, Jails Last approach that believes community safety is improved by directing people to health services in the community instead of jail. Finally, the name reflects our belief that it is important that the work includes the expertise and experience of community members. But let me be clear. Our goal is to safely close Men's Central Jail without a replacement. That has not changed. Next slide, please. A number of themes have emerged in our discussion with the county and community partners. First, there's a healthy skepticism that this effort is authentic and distinct from previous efforts to close the jail. That is fair. We've learned from community and other partners that a lack of transparency has created a deep distrust, and their expertise and input has not been included in the effort. Trust is something that will take time to develop, but we're focused on demonstrating that we will be transparent in our process and expect to be held accountable for our work. Second, there's an underutilization of capacity in the community to provide care due to structural issues. These include a lack of clear standards of care for depopulation services for community partners, difficulty navigating a burdensome county contracting process, insufficient funding to cover the true cost of providing services, and a lack of service coordination. But overall, there's a clear buy-in from all stakeholders, from departments, community, the courts, and justice partners. We're all pulling in the same direction. Next slide, please. We have organized our work and are synthesizing the county's depopulation efforts through a three-lever approach. These are not new concepts, but we are leveraging it to drive strategy and to ensure the partners clearly understand their roles and engage accordingly. The first is to reduce inflow into the jail. We're focused on programs that prevent people from going to jail in real time. We must also reduce the length of stay by implementing strategies that shorten the time it takes a case to reach this disposition, regardless of outcome. Finally, any serious effort must focus on getting people, where appropriate, out of jail now. We must prioritize the release of people from the jail into safe and effective community-based alternatives. Next slide, please. Using these levers, we are assessing the current environment in order to provide a comprehensive view of existing efforts, gaps, and opportunities as it relates to closure. This includes, among other activities, jail population analysis, depopulation program analysis, and work groups actively advancing the work. The information we collect will form the foundation of the future jail closure plan and include data on the impact of current efforts and the feasibility of scaling them up. Next slide, please. We spoke earlier about acknowledging the challenges. I'd like to highlight a few challenges based on our look at the jail population as of March 2025. The Sheriff's Department, in partnership with Correctional Health Services, the Department of Mental Health, the Department of Health Services, and the CEO's DOJ compliance team, have made and continue to make improvements in providing the appropriate care for people in their custody diagnosed with serious mental illness. They also have facilitated the release of people into community care. In spite of the great work being done, the total jail population has increased 3% since January 2025. The population in specialty mental health housing is 38% of the total population, or approximately 4,866 people. Prop 36 has had an immediate impact. The jail receives about approximately 35 people a week held on Prop 36 related charges. On December 26, 2024, there were 12 people in custody on such offenses. On March 17th of 2025, there was 403. Roughly 35 to 40% of these individuals are housed in moderate and high observation mental health housing. Average length of stay is a very important metric. The average length of stay increased 18 days from pre-COVID to the end of calendar year 2024. If we had the pre-COVID length of stay today, the jail population would be 21% lower just on that fact. Next slide, please. We must also determine what is working and what is not. We have surveyed more than 65 programs to better understand their work, and will use that information to provide a comprehensive view of current depopulation efforts and their rate of depopulation. We look forward to presenting those findings soon. Next slide, please. To coordinate and mobilize these strategies, we have established 3 groups. We convene department heads regularly, city partners, justice partners, and court executives monthly to ensure alignment, address barriers, and maintain momentum in moving the work forward. We've convened a work group tasked with reducing pretrial case delay while ensuring fairness. When we think about closing MCJ, we think about 2 parts: the closure of the housing units and what to do with the operational support functions that are in the current MCJ footprint. We have convened a work group to update previous cost estimates for replacing or relocating those functions. We will continue to create work groups as needed to accomplish our goal. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, next slide. Yeah, keep going. There we go. So next steps. As I stated at the start, our approach takes into account the seriousness and urgency of the task at hand. While we are revisiting prior efforts, we are actively engaging in implementing strategies to accomplish our goal. So I want to thank you. I want to close there. I want to thank you. I want to acknowledge the department heads in the audience and thank them for their continued support, and we are happy to take questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you, Mr. Director. Welcome, and thank you for the work that you have done. In just a few short months, I think you've really demonstrated your commitment to this effort, which I think had languished for quite some time. And I really appreciate your methodical approach to how you and your team are looking at this problem and how you're pushing and coordinating and collaborating to make sure that this project is actually done. I think we've heard feedback from a number of county partners, including I just had a meeting recently with court leadership, and they spoke about how they see momentum in your work and alignment with what role they play in order to work on diversion and to work on, you know, our population overall and what outcomes we're looking to achieve together. So I just want to acknowledge great start and keep going, because there's a lot to be done. And I think you even heard a moment of acknowledgement from the audience in being honest about the trust that has been eroded in this process, and how we regain that trust by demonstrating through action that we're committed to this effort. So to that end, can you walk us through any timelines or goals that you've set for yourself that we should be on the lookout for that make sure that we are staying the course to get this closed? Because as you said, there's been 10 years of plans and discussion and engagement, and the longer that goes on without a result, trust continues to erode. So help me understand what your timelines are and for the goals that you have identified to get us to that closure.
Sure, I will. So, we are looking, we're in the, we're in the process of conducting this look at previous efforts to make sure that the assumptions are still the same, to make sure all the data is still the same, and the cost estimates are still the same. And we expect to complete that in 6 to 9 months. While we're doing that, the things that we learn will allow us to provide this board with information to make a decision and to start building that plan, right? So we're building the plan as we're doing the landscape. And then at the conclusion of that 6 to 9 months, when we come back to the board and say, this is what we learned in terms of the bed turnover rate, in terms of the depopulation rate, and these are the costs that are associated with reaching our goal in terms of closing the jail without a replacement, then we will move forward with building a plan and moving forward as quickly as we can to do that.
Okay, I would say 6 to 9 months sounds like a long period of time, given the amount of work that we, this board, currently and prior, have invested in this effort. I know that you have to have a clear vision for how you want to move forward, but we have people who are not being well served in the jail now. And so we really have to have a sense of urgency on that. And so anything that needs to be done to accelerate that, is there something that the board can do, or do you see significant barriers in your way in order to move forward on a faster timeline?
I would say I don't see significant barriers at this point. I mean, it will be important for us to have the authority to make sure we can do whatever we need to do. But there are a number of unforeseen challenges on the horizon, the federal policies that are coming down around Medicaid and funding in that area. So, we need to also see how those things play out, these challenges that are outside of our control. And that's why I give that 6 to 9 months, but we are moving with urgency. So in terms of the support that the board can give, it's really going to be important to make sure we have that authority and that to make sure that we are staying in alignment.
And have you identified key factors or metrics that we should be using outside of the timeline and goals that you mentioned, that we can hold you and your team accountable to making this progress?
Sure, definitely. I mean, I think you definitely want to measure us by our ability to move the system, how we develop relationships, how we get the departments who are doing great work and have a lot of work to do, and a lot of other challenges that they're facing, but how we move them along, the courts, and how we foster collaboration and all these relationships. So I would say that's definitely a place where you want to measure us and hold us to account. I would say that our work is a work around collective action, so it's not just CSIT, it's all the work that we're having together in terms of providing opportunities for people to not go to jail or be released from jail. So I think it's a programmatic effort that we would need to be measured on. And the departments, like I said, are doing great work. I think they face a lot of challenges. I know they face a lot of challenges. So the same measures that you would measure them on, we should be measured on. But I do want to be clear, I also don't want to take credit for the work that they're doing. As they do it, I want to make sure that we are doing our best to make sure that we're driving the changes related to this effort.
You mentioned diversion. I know in speaking with the courts, they have expressed sort of being underwhelmed by what sort of diversionary programs the county currently offers, in which they have confidence as, meaningful alternatives. And so in your early days and in your conversations with them, what sort of diversion efforts do you see on the horizon that can address exactly what you said in terms of our existing population, preventing our existing population from growing to the extent that keeps the community safe? Can you talk a little bit about how you intend to enhance that for LA County?
So one way is through the program analysis, where we are collecting massive amounts of information from departments and programs that have been identified to us from when the work that we're doing now was in JCOD. But we've also identified additional programs through community partners, through departments that are focused on the levers that we mentioned. So gathering that information, assessing the impacts, understanding where there's opportunities for expansion is going to be really important, because the court is really focused on, if they are going to release someone, they want to make sure it's a program that is going to serve the needs of that individual. And so they have to have trust in that. So doing that work is going to help in sharing that with the courts as we find these programs and as we're able to assess them. I'd say the other thing that the courts really, there's a lot of programs that are already trusted by the courts, and so it's really working with the courts to understand those. They just released a PARP analysis that spoke a little bit to this, and I think the important thing that I saw out of that was one of their findings was that releasing people early didn't adversely impact public safety, and so it's going to really be important to make sure that the programs that the court already feels comfortable with, that we're expanding, and that we identify additional programs and work with them as partners to do that.
And they described a program in public health that had accountability over how community-based organizations provide that service and how they standardize, what the expectation is of an organization that would offer diversionary programs. So I want to talk with you about that and see how we can house that maybe within your division, so that way, there is sort of that overseer of, base level service provision and what to expect. We know that a lot of these organizations exist because they provide unique functions, and we don't want everything to be the same. Right. But we do have to have a base level of service provision to ensure the court's confidence that they will actually divert and trust that the program is being accounted for. And I know that you're looking at how we have data around that, but I think we also have to make sure that we're looking at it from a training and accountability perspective when we're thinking about public safety overall. I know that the sheriff has alluded to the concept of a care campus. Has he talked with you all about what that is and looks like in relationship to the work that you're doing? Do you have any idea about what the plans are for that as it relates to your work?
The sheriff definitely has spoken about it. I've been in meetings where the sheriff has spoken about it. I know he's building out, as far as I know from the last conversation I was a part of, he's building out that concept more. The sheriff definitely wants to make sure he's able to provide the appropriate care for the people in his custody, especially those with serious mental illness. And as I said, there's been a lot of really good work done. But yes, they're continuing to build it out, so I don't know completely what is.
So you don't have the plans for that?
But I don't have the plans for that.
Okay. I think, I know another challenge that they have faced is, the busing situation. Can you speak to the role that's played in our ability to achieve what you're trying to do as it relates to jail depopulation and sort of people going through their due process?
Yeah, I mean, if we can't get people to court, I think, quite frankly, then we can't move their cases along to their conclusion, whatever that might be. So while it has created challenges, we have brought together a group, and we did a walkthrough early on to look at other strategies to mitigate the transportation challenges, and that group has spawned a lot of really good ideas. It resulted in the court implementing a move of the EDP court. We were able to look at that with the partners collectively and come up with some additional strategies, including from the Public Defender's Office. So we are not letting the issue of transportation, which DOJ compliance is handling, and there's been a lot of movement on bringing buses on, and I know there's been, I think, another agreement coming shortly for additional buses. So while the bus challenge is being addressed, we are moving forward with other strategies to continue to identify and move forward with getting people either to court or getting their cases moving along.
Okay, Madam CEO, if I may ask you from a budget perspective on those two topics, I know the bus situation as well as future plans for a care campus are the bus situation is something that's real and urgent and we need to deal with now. And then on the longer term, I know the sheriff has been talking about this concept, and I think we all know it to be a concept and not yet a plan. So how are we accounting for the short-term need for buses for due process in our budget?
So we are moving forward with bus acquisition. So in 23-24, there was an order placed for 20 buses, with the last one arriving in the summer of this year. So we've already ordered 20. There are currently another 14 that are in order. That order was placed, well, that order is still pending, but the funding has been identified and the orders have been placed. On the issue of the care campus, so we have been in discussions with the sheriff. We know that he's developing a concept. And at the end of the day, we know that these types of endeavors requires a lot of funding. I think the last time we talked about the mental health treatment center, that was going to be a combination of some sort of county financing and debt financing. At the end of the day, we know that we're going to need a financing plan, and then the amount that's going to be required will depend on the scale and the scope and the services that would be provided at the care campus.
So currently, we're budgeting for the bus solution.
Yes, we've already identified.
But our current budget does not account for a care campus plan.
That is correct.
Okay. And then in the very immediate, since it sounds like we're not getting buses tomorrow, which is a challenge given everything that we know, what are we doing to invest in video arraignment or video court hearings so that way we can move this due process along?
Yes. So we have received some of the buses, but not in the numbers that we need. And we have been working with the court to basically work out the logistics and the glitches in doing video arraignments. We had a multi-departmental effort at Men's Central Jail. We've identified there was some network issues that needed to be addressed, and I believe that work is underway and that there has been a commitment from the court. I meet with David Slayton, the court CEO, on a regular basis. There has been a commitment from the court to move the process forward. I think the details still need to be worked out.
That's right, and if I may add, as Thecia mentioned, we brought many of the partners who were here today together in November of last year to Men's Central so we could mock this up, right? To Will's point about action, all of the partners have been engaged around what does this look like and how could we get something going sooner than later. To Thecia's point, we identified that the challenges are both technological and operational. So the technological parts, not being able to hear people very well in the jail, taking some time to connect to the court video setup, those exist. They are not insurmountable. So we're working with CIO and ISAB, all the various partners on making those technological improvements. On the operational side, we're also working with the partners around that. It became very clear that there is a high need to have a defender present in person in jail with someone so that their rights are fully protected and brought to bear in the criminal process. So we've been exploring with the defenders what are ways that in the short term we could pilot that. There are some ideas that exist. Again, many of the partners are here, so we don't want to speak for that work because they're really leading it and championing the thought leadership around that because that's an innovation. The way that they're trying to do it here specifically in the diversion context. But again, the challenges we've been pursuing the solutions twofold, both technological and operational, and those continue.
Well, and finally, as you are, you've redefined what this team is called, and I think, for me, your core mission is still to get this jail closed, and so I know that as part of a component of that is bringing a variety of departments together, but a significant reason for me why I want this jail closed is it is absolutely deplorable conditions for anyone who's in there, who works there, who is incarcerated there, and that's why it has to close. And so in the immediate, what is under your umbrella, given the challenges that we have seen, the struggles that we've heard even expressed here today? What are we doing to ensure the health and safety of people there now while we are making this necessary transition? What is under your umbrella, since your umbrella is not just jail closure by your name?
Right.
What aspect of that are you owning?
So we're owning the aspect of ensuring that we identify and work with our partners to identify programs to get people out directly and that can serve their needs. We're working with DOJ, who's already working within the jail with the health departments to make sure that they're providing for adequate care in the jail itself. So we are staying closely aligned with DOJ compliance on that. We're working with partners who are working through the co-responder programs, the alternate response, I guess that's the best way to say it, the alternate response programs to identify, are they at capacity? Is there spare capacity? What are the things they need to expand capacity where appropriate to be able to serve people's needs so they don't end up in the jail itself, right? And they're providing diversion opportunities. And we're working with the courts to understand more about what can be done to, like I said, speed up cases, and also to learn more about their PARP analysis. It looked really good. There's promising things there. They even acknowledged there's some further areas of exploration. So we're working at all those 3 points. This is why we use the levers as a framework in which we do this work to make sure we're aligned. So we are owning those things, and we're only moving those things forward and using the authority the board gives us to be able to enact whatever needs to be done.
And I'm glad you ended there, because that I wanted to amplify. I heard that earlier in your comments, that it's really contingent upon the authority that you have. From my perspective, and I'm happy to provide whatever clarity you need, you have the authority to move forward with this. That's the whole reason why this team exists, why it came back to the CEO for there to be, this specific kind of oversight, because this effort has languished for far too long and it has harmed far too many people. So I want to make sure that we're actually getting it done and that we're actually moving forward. And so if there's lack of clarity around the authority that you have in order to do that from this board or from anyone, I would ask that you surface that to us so we keep a clear line of communication about how we move this forward once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you. Done and done. Supervisor Horvath, you asked most of my questions. You kind of said it all. However, there's 5 microphones and I have one of them. So I'll keep going, but I will associate myself with Supervisor Horvath's remarks as it relates to closing this jail finally. We had a 5-year timeline, I think 8 years ago. So it has languished. It is frustrating. It is a source of shame, I think, for all of us in the county family to continue to operate a jail where this year we have had 16 deaths inside. This time last year there were 8, so we have doubled it just this year. And I think there's only 14 weeks so far in 2025, so that's more than 1 a week. It is a deplorable place, both for our inmates and our deputies, by the way. It is not a good place to work, so we can't say it enough that we want this jail closed. We welcome you to this position, but I think we're probably going to be tougher on you than we have on anybody else so far, because we're pretty much fed up with this process, and we've been given excuses, and we've been given non-existent timelines, and there's been no accountability. And I think this board of all women have made this a priority, and I will just say that again, Mr. Pinckney, that this is important to us. I will say I'm not a fan of the new name. I'll just say that. I think while the mission has not changed, it takes away from every time you see it, jail closure implementation team. I don't know what community safety implementation team really means, because I think community safety is sort of everybody's goal and mission. But I think Supervisor Solis authored the motion that created the jail closure implementation team, and I saw her nodding in approval of the new name, so it's hard to disagree with the author of the motion that created it. But I will say, I just want to go on record that I don't like it. I think it is vague, and I don't know what it means. I think jail closure implementation team is very clear on what your group is supposed to do. So if you can figure out how to work that back in some way, I think that's a better way forward. So it's interesting, the levers that you have laid out, the 1, 2, and 3. So the lever 1 you said is reducing inflow, and lever 3 is increasing outflow. You said both of those are underutilized. And do you have an example of some of the programs that are supposed to be in reducing inflow and increasing outflow are underutilized? Do you have an example of any of those programs?
Sure. So, you know, in looking and working with our partners, we know that some of the availability of crisis stabilization is not fully being utilized. I think there are many challenges to that. I don't want to speak to it directly. Obviously, the director of the department can. But I know, I would say that just generally when you find underutilization and in speaking to community partners, sometimes it's people getting to where the services are. You know, I know there was a report done, the Jenny and the Jesse report, and I know we met with them, that sort of mapped out where the need is as opposed to where people are. And so sometimes that disconnect is where challenges come in. Some of it is getting people there if it's related to any court processes, right? And so getting people to those services themselves. So that's some of the things that are important. In terms of just reducing inflows, I mean, you definitely want programs like your alternate crisis response, right? You want a program when someone is in crisis and they're acting in a way that could lead them to get arrested. These programs are there, like the MET and the MEU, that, you know, I know this board knows about and that serve really good functions. Those are the types of programs that can prevent someone from ending up in the jail, right? And so that would be an example, or any program like that. And I know there are plenty of programs in the community that do that. I know in the city of Los Angeles, I think it's the CARE program, I think it's called, CAMP. So there's programs like this that already exist.
By the way, I think in our budget, we are increasing the number of our mobile psychiatric response teams.
Right.
So this board also believes in the alternate response to crisis as opposed to calling 911. We also have 988 now. That is a national number that people can call when somebody's having a mental health crisis instead of 911, because sometimes the 911 calls do end up with an outcome that we'd rather not see. So a lot of that stuff is happening. Let me ask you what you think Prop 36 has, you know, and we heard the warnings about Prop 36. We heard them loud and clear that probably would increase our jail population, but the public, for some reason, overwhelmingly supported it. They felt like they wanted a little more accountability. How do you think Prop 36 is going to impact your mission to our mission to close Men's Central Jail? Will it delay this process? Does it make it impossible now to ever close Men's Central Jail?
So I would say it depends on the trajectory. Right now, like I said, there's about 38 people a week being added to the jail population. So any addition without subtraction,
we're kind of going
delays,
in the wrong direction.
We're going in the wrong direction. But I do think, you know, it is early on. We are talking with partners. I know the court's looking at it. I know the sheriff's department's looking at it. Public defenders are working really hard, as always, as they do every day. So we're going to have to see, but we're not going to wait to see. We're going to continue to work hard with our partners to identify strategies to, once again, get people out of jail, to deal with, I mean, we have sentenced people who are in the jail, right? That's a large percentage of the population. And so they're serving either some state sentences in the county jail, or they're serving county jail sentences. So that might be an area of opportunity in terms of, I know there are programs now that people can finish off their sentences in the community, right? We have to look at that. So I think we're going to have to continue to look at strategies to address any increase in the jail population, whether it's from Prop 36 or anything else, right?
Right. Yeah, go ahead.
And this is where the lever framework is helpful to contextualize, at least in our view. To your question about the impact of Prop 36, to put a fine point on it, Prop 36 right now is showing that lever 1 is increasing.
Right.
We need lever 1 to go down.
Right.
Reducing inflow, that needs to go down. And again, right now, just a few months in, we're seeing 35 more people coming into
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
It feels like it's really going to undercut our mission.
And that's exactly why we're monitoring it. The additional thing is, to Will's point about trajectory, Prop 36 has a front-end effect of reducing inflow, and then there's a back-end effect of outflow. Prop 36 allows for certain folks to be diverted to treatment. So the cases we have right now are early on, so we need to see how many cases that are coming into Prop 36 ultimately go that direction of the diversion and the treatment. And from there, we can better estimate, right, like the full effect. But again, the lever framework helps us understand. Right now, that legislation shows an uptick in lever 3, but potentially, can we offset it through lever 1? Can we avoid it?
I mean, that's what I'm asking, can we?
I think anything's possible. We're going to see the trajectory. I think the other places, just getting people out, getting people's cases to conclusion is going to help us as well, right? And so our conversations have led to looking at just court processing, not court processing, but case processing, excuse me, and how cases are moving along. So there's an opportunity there. I'll just say this, closing the jail is not going to be based on one thing. It's going to be based on multiple things. So we're exploring multiple avenues, and we're going to be moving along with our partners, as is already happening in many cases, multiple avenues.
Right, and I'll give a shout out to all your partners that are standing up there against the back wall. It's always great to see our county family represented in various departments, and how each of you touches, kind of all of our big goals and missions here in the county. And so we need all of you, so I appreciate you all coming. I'm thinking a little bit about our juvenile too, our juvenile probation halls and camps, right? Because, there's a possibility that judges will want to, move some of these kids into the adult system, and some of them would maybe go to jail while they're awaiting their sentence. I'm trying to get the judges to leave them in juvenile so that they can finish out their sentences in juvenile. But I think that's also something just to pay attention to, and maybe, I don't know if you know that that's also an inflow lever is juvenile. So I think, and again, it's your relationship with the courts, and that's where our public defenders and our alternate public defenders can really help, right? You really need a relationship with the courts, with the judges, so that they have an understanding too of what we're all attempting to do without in any way, of course, jeopardizing community safety, but it's all part of what you're saying. One of let's see, I'm like, Lindsay asked that, Lindsay asked that, Lindsay asked that. I think I will say it was a little disappointing when you said 6 to 9 months in answer to her question about where's the timeline. Wasn't going to be till 6 to 9 months till you collected data and talked to a bunch of people and collaborated that you could even think about a timeline. That felt long for me. That was a timeline that I would like to shorten, because I think, and I know it's anxiety ridden to give a timeline to this board. I get that, because we have been disappointed so many times, and we will try to hold you to it. And we know sometimes it's impossible to be held to it. But I think the advocates, and I think those who are languishing in our jail, those who are being mistreated in our jail, those who are dying in our jail, everybody kind of needs to see a timeline of hope and redemption in terms of closing this jail. And I already think you spent too much time changing the name. I don't even know how many meetings that took, but I don't like that. And I think this board needs a timeline sooner than 9 months on when we can begin to think about the possibility of closing Men's Central Jail. I'll say that.
Well, what I'll say to that is I expressed our acknowledgement of the seriousness and urgency of the task. whatever our name is isn't going to matter. It's going to be the actions that matter, right? So I will say that we will promise to be transparent and move as quickly as we can, but I also don't want to come, there's been enough plans presented. I don't want to come and present a plan that's not realistic and is not comprehensive, but I will promise to move as urgently as we can and be transparent as we continue to move forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. I guess I'm the last one here to speak before we go to the public, but welcome to the county. And I know that, Mr. Pinckney, we've had several discussions already, and I know you've had a lot of meetings that have been ongoing, but I have to tell you, there is a very high level of frustration because some of us have been working on this for almost 10 years. And I think it's not strange to me that we have been putting motions forward galore. I don't know how many motions have been put out there. Maybe you know better than I do, but I know there are many. And one that I co-authored was with then Supervisor Kuehl back in 2021 to create this structure. And now it's been renamed, and of course, we wanted it to be placed in the CEO with another motion that I co-authored with Supervisor Horvath, and hopefully it would elevate the urgency of getting something done. And that to me is really critical, in part because for the last 10 years, I've had the opportunity to visit on several occasions, Men's Central Jail. And they have not all been great, I will tell you that. But I do know that there are attempts to try to make things in there a little bit better, I want to say, but it's not significant enough. And part of my concern is, how do you really yield your power? Because you have so many partners, and many of them are lined up back here. And I know the sheriff's probably here as well, or someone, representative, yes. So that's really important because oftentimes what I would hear is the fact that we didn't have enough staffing, custody personnel, to be able to have individuals go in and walk people to their various appointments, or whether it was from one pod to another, which sounds kind of ridiculous to some of us, but when you go into Men's Central Jail, you see a whole different atmosphere and environment. It is an old, decrepit jail. There is an ability to move around. Elevators, I won't even talk about the elevators, but the escalators don't always work, so it's hard even for health staff to be able to walk, or accompany with a deputy to walk up and down those flights of stairs because it don't work, and to get medication to patients. So we'd have a major structural, I think, infrastructure problem there, no doubt about it. I do want to see that place torn down, but I also don't want it to be replaced with another jail. And I can tell you, please, let me finish. Let me also say that I believe that my community that has had to have that institution placed there for so many years, along with Twin Towers and Juvenile Probation Hall that's also in the 1st District, that our community doesn't want to see another jail. They don't. They absolutely don't. That has not gone away. And what they do want to see is that, as to your point about creating systems of care, providing the care, if possible, and as readily available out in the community. And also, we know that if there are individuals that do have to stay in our custody, that it doesn't necessarily have to be there at Men's Central Jail. There are other places around the county where health care can be provided in a closed setting if necessary, so these individuals can fulfill their term, I believe. And there will be those that won't be able to perhaps ever leave our care. I don't know that, but those are things that I would hope that you can get us better analysis, your data, your metrics, and those are very critical, very important to me. When you talk about your meeting with stakeholders, I know you're talking to the directors here of the departments, but do you get to really avail yourself to talk to the online staff? That's really critical, to talk to the online staff and also to some of those that are detained there, the inmates themselves, because I found that their stories they vary. And it may not mean that they're all way off on the left side, but But there is, I think, some inconsistencies, and that's what bothers me, because I know the staff that work there, I know in the health arena, I know under Dr. Galley and some of our other staff there, that they try to provide the best treatment that they can. And we do have some outstanding medical teams there, but they too are strapped. They too don't have the ability to be able to care for a patient the way that you would want to be treated, and not certainly in a jail. So that, number one, for me is an area that we have to address immediately. And I think that our staff there, in many ways, are very dedicated, and they are overworked as well. I see that. And that also then reflects how you treat the inmate and the quality of service. So it's all a cycle there. It's all wrapped in my opinion, and we've got to alleviate it. But the best thing I can say for me is that I really would like to see that we work with those entities that do have jurisdiction, the sheriff, the DA, probation, the courts, and others, to see how we can really get some things moving quickly. I too am concerned that it's going to take 9 months. I won't say 6. If you could do it in 6, that's a miracle. But even 9, for me, I think you can come back sooner and provide us with some better recommendations. And to have our CEO really help you identify in the budget where things can be addressed. And it isn't going to come directly from your department. It's going to come from those that are in the back here, and in how we can help leverage and ease those crisis points that we have. And that, to me, is going to be very critical, because my time is going to be gone here on this board, and I would hate for this to continue on and on for another 5 years. There's a lot of work for us to do. I am concerned, as was already raised by my colleagues, about Prop 36. And I do want to ask you, what can we do? What can we do in light of that? You mentioned some things that you know, inputs and outputs. What kinds of things can you see your role playing right now to help educate our community, as well as local law enforcement, not just the sheriffs, but all the other law enforcement jurisdictions that have a role in that, in terms of what happens out in the community? So that's, to me, like prevention, but it's outreach, and then it's also sensitizing some of these agencies. So I'm sorry, that's a mouthful, but
no, that's fine. I mean, I first and foremost, we visited with community programs. I've personally went and visited with community programs and spoken with people and heard from people who have spent time in Men's Central Jail. And so that is the way we are getting at. That is a very important feedback to your point. So I think providing opportunities to share that type of engagement with people who may be involved but that may not be able to hear it information firsthand from people who have had lived experience in the jail is important. As I mentioned, we are going through massive and collecting massive amounts of information. I have built a team in my time, my 4 months here, so that team is really just fully now together. So some of this timing is having enough people to go through these massive amounts of information to then share information with the board. There's many different nuances to this approach, you all know, but I talked about bed rate. You know, we talk about creating community beds. I think the board knows, but I want to make sure we're crystal clear in dispelling potential myths around how long what that takes, what the turnover in the beds are. We want to make sure we're providing accurate information to the board so you can make the best decision based on the recommendations we make. We want to make sure that there's a clear understanding of all the, I don't want to go through all of them, but all the facets of it. So, but to your point about how can we help in terms of education, we can act as a co-convener, a convener, and support convenings that do educate people as we find out what information people may not know that may help them. My colleagues in the back, you know, have real challenges, budgetary challenges, challenges from the federal level, but they're working hard, and so we're constantly coming together. We meet regularly to identify opportunities to advance the work. So we're going to continue to do that as well. And I'm going to let you
to your point, Supervisor, about what else we can do, we are also putting together, again, using this lever framework, we're putting together a clear and comprehensive understanding of what efforts the county has already invested in, what's already underway that relate to jail closure work, what is happening in certain areas, certain districts that may, you know, if we had countywide, could benefit us and decarcerate. So that is part of the work that we're doing, not just as our team and with county departments, but also with a lot of the community partners who are here who have been very informative. In our report back, in the attachments 2 and 3 give some examples of that. So again, using the lever framework, we have expanded the lens of what is underway in the county that we have funded either through government funding or sometimes private funding that is helpful, that is related to this work. And that, even though it may sound like it's part of the process that is maybe taking too long, it's an important step. One of the questions we've gotten very often is what is already happening that is related to this effort that will help us accomplish our goal. And in our time here, we have not seen that in one place. We know that the departments are doing a good job of collecting that information and managing it for their purposes, but it needs to live under one roof. Both Will and I have been part of jail closure efforts in other parts of this country, and I can tell you that that is a foundational step that happens for us to develop a plan. We have to have in one place what is happening, how much does it cost, how much does it take to scale up and expand, and then how does that help us create a comprehensive plan? And that, just again to mention, is one of the examples of things that we've produced in a short period of time that we will continue to do so that we could bring all of that under one roof so the county can then coordinate accordingly, right? So we know what programs are existing and we're trying to gather more. How do we then coordinate in an organized way to get people to those offerings?
I had a question. You're probably familiar with the pre-arrangement release protocol, something that was established. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And given that has been underway, and we heard from the courts about how that's been working and working with our PDs and our sheriffs, what is your assessment if you've had or seen any movement there, and what are the potential impacts with Prop 36 if you've seen any on that? Because that was going to help us also kind of depopulate or keep people from coming in, right, to the jail.
Definitely, definitely. Like I said, the report that the court put out is promising. They have identified areas that still are for exploration. In terms of Prop 36, the relationship between PARP and Prop 36 is really that it increases the number of individuals who are booked in charge, whereas before they might have been able to be cited and released. So that is sort of the general piece of Prop 36, but I do believe there have been people who have been diverted. I'm not saying a lot, but some people have been diverted. So that's promising that there still is that opportunity there. So it is still early on. We are working with our partners yes, we are monitoring that as well. I just wanted to say one other thing, and Chidam alluded to it. The 6 to 9 months, like I said, we're going to do this as quick as possible, but we're not waiting. We are still doing things while we're doing that. So we're not going to stop pushing things forward that are going to continue to depopulate the jail. But I go back to, we will do that as quickly as possible.
There are some things that I know that we had started upon maybe 2 years ago in the jails, and that was working in restructuring our pods, mental health pods in Twin Towers. And there was a kind of voluntary group of individuals that were actually assisting their colleagues there, or inmates, that they room with, and were given training. I think it's a 6-week, 7-week program. I'm not sure where it is right now, but I've asked often to hear what progress we've made with it. And I don't know if anyone can, CEO, you have?
I do recall that program, Supervisor. I need to follow up to get that information. Maggie Carter, our DOJ compliance.
Maggie, you were there when we visited, yeah.
Hello, Supervisor. Maggie Carter, Chief DOJ Compliance Officer. We have and continue to expand that program. That program we refer to as sometimes as the FIP step down program. And that's a program where correctional health services clinicians are referring individuals who can safely program unrestrained in a dorm-like setting, although they are severely mentally ill and would ordinarily require high observation housing. In addition, LASD is also pioneering a very similar model where they are doing referrals into unrestrained housing, therapeutic housing units that they're calling HOH dorms. We were required by court order in connection with the DOJ case to build 30 pods by June of this year. We achieved that a year ahead of schedule and have more than 30 pods operating between Towers and CRDF at this time in the jails. And I think both Correctional Health Services and LASD feel like there has been a lot of benefits to both. It makes it easier to deliver programming. Often those units are a little bit denser. They have a lot of therapeutic features that really contribute to the care and hopefully to stabilization that allows folks to ramp down to less and less restrictive care or to be more successful in community placements. And so I think that it is a program that everybody feels is a great program. It is one, though, that is contingent in part on who we have in the jails and on that safety assessment, right? And that safety assessment is ongoing every day in the jails by both clinical staff at CHS and also LASD custody staff from a non-clinical kind of behavioral perspective. And the reason we have those two pipelines is because we're just trying to get as many folks into the program as we can.
Is there a role for you all to play there to help out? Are you aware of this program?
To work with DOJ compliance, and we work with them regularly to provide any support that's needed and to monitor what's happening so that we can incorporate that into our planning or our, what we come up with in terms of an approach for a plan.
And that's just one program. I'm sure there's many, and I'm sure JCOT has other programs as well as PD and others that are offering assistance to people that are in our custody. So I hope that they too have a level of commitment, strong commitment in terms of helping you weave this thing through so that we can see the closure of Men's Central Jail. And just my last question is, can you explain to me how you came up with the name so that everyone understands the name change? Where did that come from?
Sure. So one of the things, and I want to make sure it's clear, there was thought put into this. This isn't just that we just made up a name. We looked at the ATI report, which talks about, as I said, community safety, and it specifically says community safety is the result of people being, and I'm paraphrasing, people being offered and directed to community services as opposed to jail. Jail is the last resort, right? And so aligning with the Care First Jails Last, I mentioned to all of you when I met with you that the name didn't really reflect, and I felt like the name didn't really reflect the work that was being done. One of the big thing too is, and you've all talked about this, a big part of our job is to bring together all the partners, as many people as we can to effectuate the closure of the jail as soon as possible. In conversations with people in community and partners, some people would say, well, what's happening to people in the jail? You're just gonna close the jail and let people out? So the name invoked, for some people who, this feeling that there wasn't a thoughtful approach to closing the jail, and some people didn't see a role for themselves in jail closure, right? And for me, that's important because I wanna make sure everybody that needs to see a role in this to effectuate the closure sees that. So I have this role, I have this responsibility to form this collaboration amongst people who may have different visions and goals. And so that was a big part of it as well. So community safety, I can understand people's thoughts.
It's a tough job.
But that's why we came to this name, because we felt it better reflected and aligned with the board and even the ATI work group's recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that will conclude our questions from the board, and we will now hear a public comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Let's go on to our public comment. We've got folks on the line. Thank you.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Melissa Camacho, Adelaide Vasquez, Noralyn Clemens, Marianne Acopra, Oshea Orchid, Rocco Bunton, Janet Assant, Helen Jones, Hilda Ick, James Nelson, Debbie Smith, Karen Reed, Valerie Vargas, Stephanie Luna, Minerva Garcia, Allison Rubenfield, Nicole Cooper, Vanessa Perez, Berkeley Donovan, Anthony Robles, Elliot Avila, Yesenia Bonilla, Sahara White, Marcella Rosen, Malik Sonali, Jose Byron. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 22, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the first speaker, please?
Peter Eliasberg. Our first participant is Peter Eliasberg. Your line is open. If you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Honorable members of the board, Peter Eliasberg from the ACLU. I just want to highlight one of the many reasons Men's Central Jail should be closed as soon as possible. If there were a severe earthquake in the downtown area, the jail could become a coffin for many of the 4,000 people incarcerated there and the hundreds of county personnel who work there. This is not a fantasy from a 1970s disaster movie. The risk is very real. First, MCJ is on top of the Puente Hills thrust fault system, which can generate a massive 7.5 earthquake. Second, MCJ is on top of a liquefaction zone, where the soil will turn into something like concrete. Sorry, not concrete, but quicksand in a large earthquake. Third, MCJ is a non-ductile concrete building, which is structurally enormously vulnerable in the event of an earthquake. And fourth, at any given time, most of the people in the jail are locked in their cells. The county has known of these risks since 2006. If the big one hits near downtown,
Thank you.
LA
Next speaker,
will likely
please.
be the site of the most deadly prison disaster.
Sadio Woods, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you, Supervisors. My name is Sadio Woods, and I'm a member of SC Justice Group. We are based in Pasadena. I just want to say, Supervisors Hovarat, Hahn, and Solis, I am very encouraged by the comments and the questions that you all made. I feel that they are reflective of the care and the concerns that the community has expressed to you, at least today. I'm very disappointed that Supervisor Barger has not been in the meeting for the majority of the time. We did canvass and talk with thousands of people in her district around this issue of closing the jail. We heard from them, their voices loud and clear, that they want this facility closed without a replacement locked facility. We are very passionate about the work that we're doing, and we're ready to support you and this closure in whatever way we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Moderator, can we have the next speaker, please?
Paloma Serna, your line is open. You may begin.
Supervisors, my name is Paloma Serna. I'm the mother of Elisa Serna, who died November 11, 2019, at one of the San Diego County's jail. I'm with Signalize in Custody, California, and with North County Equity and Justice Coalition. And I am here today with a simple but urgent demand. No more delays. Close Men's Central Jail now. In 2022, this board has acknowledged the undeniable truth. Men's Central Jail is a deeply inhumane, dangerous facility. You've seen the reports, heard from the experts, and listened to the testimonies of survivors and their families. Yet still, the jail remains open, and while we wait, people are dying. Let me repeat that. Community members are still dying in custody. Each day that this facility remains open, more lives are put at risk, lives that belong to our neighbors, our families, our friends, our loved ones. We are calling on you to act with urgency to follow through on your promises and do what is right. Close Men's Central Jail.
Thank you.
No more delays.
Next speaker,
no more
please.
death. Thank you.
Anthony Armas, your line is open. You may begin.
born and raised in Van Nuys, and I wanted to connect this presentation with the work of the Sheriff Civilian Oversight Commission. The Office of Inspector General timely notifies the Civilian Oversight Commission about the in-custody deaths you've heard about today, but no one ever follows up with the cause of death. And when the Civilian Oversight Commission inquires, the Sheriff's Department claims this information is confidential and refuses to provide it to the commissioners. And so this refusal is legally questionable at best because autopsy reports are public records under California law. But unfortunately, the Sheriff's Department also puts a security hold on the autopsy report, which causes the medical examiner to refuse to release the autopsy report as well. The secretiveness creates the impression that the county, the supervisors, are hiding the cause of death, which you probably are. The Civilian Oversight Commission's repeated request that the sheriff change this approach in the interest of transparency.
Thank you.
Clearly
Next
fallen
speaker,
on
please.
deaf ears.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Deborah Smith, and I am a member of the 2nd District, and this is about item 22. And I just wanted to say 73 people have died in custody since the jail was slated to be closed. And my question was, how many more people are going to die before it actually closes? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
How you doing? My name is James Nelson with Dignity and Power Now. I remember some years ago, like some of you said, when we was told as community that why you keep coming, that these jails was going to be built. And even when the EPA report came back that their soils causes valley fever. And we still showing up, and we're going to continue to show up. We have met with Will and Shutema, and we're going to continue to meet with them. But we need y'all to work with them and to get this jail closed because it already been worked and thought about how it could be done. So we just need to stop playing and get it done because as we're talking, 16 people this year already died in the jails. That's how serious it is. You know, God forbid if it's one of your family members, y'all would want something done ASAP. So it's the same for anybody family. You know, it's no big old me and little old yous. Everybody is human. Everybody needs some dignity.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Emma Rosen with the Justice LA Coalition. I want to start off by seconding the board's comments about their unhappiness at the change of the name, seemingly unilateral change of the name from the jail closure implementation team to community safety implementation team. Everyone here wants community safety, but this team was established for the safety of the people inside Men's Central Jail, and the way to secure their safety is by closure. You said it will be 6 to 9 months to create a plan, but every single plan for MCJ closure requires an expansion of ODR. Your presentation was missing tangible next steps to secure funding for the Office of Diversion and Reentry, something that we all know will be necessary to close it, which is something that lawyers at the ACLU told you in a meeting that we had around a month ago. You're not starting from scratch. There's plans, there's recommendations, and there's things that we know have to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. While listening to y'all speak earlier today, I learned a new word, co-optation. Short and sweet, it's when someone takes your idea, plan, or movement, often pretending to support it, but then changes and redirects it to serve their own interests, often undermining the original goals or values. It's especially common in political areas, activism, and creative fields. Lindsay, you stated earlier that the core mission is to get the jail closed, but you forgot the second half without opening a new jail. We don't want no care campus under the Sheriff's Department supervision. We don't want no care under the Sheriff's Department, period. What point of that don't y'all understand? They're murderers. And change the name back. Jail implementation team. Y'all could change it back to community once you actually get the initial goal accomplished, which is closing MC.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is Helen Jones, and as I said earlier, my son John Horton was murdered by the 3,000 boys, deputy sheriff gangs, and these gangs are still running wild inside Men's Central Jail and every other county jail. We wish we was a part of this process. The group y'all have here, we wish we was a part of that. If community was a part of that, mothers that have lost their kids, and the organization that are fighting and saving lives today, if we was a part of that, this jail would have been closed. We got the answers. We can help y'all do this, but you're not gonna come to the community. And that's the sad part about it, is we're not a part of that process. We're part of burying our kids and our loved ones. So we want this jail closed. This jail need to be shut down really now, and it can be done. So please shut this jail down so we won't lose no more lives. But we know we're gonna get more deaths added to the deaths that's been gone already.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Byron Jose with the Trans-Latina Coalition and Reimagine LA. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for pushing for those metrics, and for Supervisor Han and Solis for pushing for that timeline. We know that 6 to 9 months is too long. We wanted to make sure that the Trans-Latina Coalition submitted an application to visit the Case 60 units at MCJ. We have yet to hear from the Sheriff's Department. So as we continue to enter CEO's budget process, we want to make sure we're uplifting the need to fund care and resources for our communities as we depopulate the jail, specifically over impacted populations like Black trans women and Latina trans women. While family members have been sharing here all morning about their loss, and community members have been trying to hold space for them, emotional support, water, food, snacks, childcare. Your deputies are not just driving around recklessly in the loading dock, they're also keeping the K9 units inside, and because it's so hot, the K units have been running out without proper harnessing. So this is not accessible, and this is not included in the community.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
What was that? I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sure she has staff here. The fifth. Have the fifth? Or our staff can take, yeah, our staff. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay. Go ahead, next speaker.
Hi, my name is Berkeley Donovan. I'm the Jails Conditions Advocate with ACLU SoCal, and today is the first time that I've heard this board speak so strongly about jail closure. We've been demanding accountability from you all for years now, since you voted on a plan to close Men's Central Jail. Supervisor Horvath asked what role CSIT has in ensuring the safety of people in custody today. That is not their role. It is the responsibility of the Sheriff's Department and Correctional Health Services to keep people in their custody safe. I appreciate the transparency that this new team promises to provide, but the board is still integral in making their timelines and plans a reality. If the plan is to hold CSIT accountable to their plans and timelines, why are we even talking about a potential care campus? Why is a mere concept getting budgeted? You want trust to be mended, but I don't know how that can happen when we continue to hear mixed messages. Men's Central Jail must be closed with absolutely no replacement. No care campus, no locked facility. Diversion efforts and community-based care are the way out. No one can receive true proper care in a cell, and I look forward to holding both CSIT and this board accountable on their intentions to close.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Melissa Camacho Chung with the ACLU of Southern California and resident of District 2. I'm really hopeful you've hired the right person. Director Pinckney is giving me hope that JSIT 3.0 is going to make progress where this board has failed to this point. But this board still has a role. With a functional JSIT, you will have to do more. This board has not funded the necessary community service beds. Supervisor Mitchell put forward a motion to drastically expand ODR in 2022, and this board voted it down. We would be closer to jail closure today if you had put that motion through. Soon, Director Pinckney is going to come to you and say you need to fund community services beds to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. Today, he raised the issue of Medicaid, so it's going to cost more today than it would have in 2022. So you have to get ready to spend the necessary funds for full service partnerships, ODR housing, and all of the necessary beds that are going to allow us to reach jail closure. JSIT also is not in charge of jail conditions today. I would like to not see that conflated in future meetings.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Vanessa Perez. After Los Angeles County Sheriffs beat Joseph, they took him to MCJ. If you guys look back on those redacted records that we're trying to get, you'll see the videos of Joseph in a holding tank, barely even talking. he was so out of it. And that's that's the kind of people you guys are, the Los Angeles County Sheriffs, put inside MCJ. There needs to be a change with that. You guys need to close down MCJ. And also, I think it's very disrespectful that everybody that was here for that presentation walked out. They should have been able to hear all of us, all the families speaking about the jail as well.
I think Mr. Pinckney is still here.
Well, thank you for still being here, but the rest of the staff.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Anthony Robles, formerly of the LA County Youth Justice Work Group. I was going to talk a lot of crap, but I'm actually pleasantly surprised to see that the board members that are here are also frustrated and still feel that sense of urgency that we feel. The name change is horrible. I'm still going to call it JSIT because jail closure is what this is about. And it's good to see that JSIT will focus holistically on both the entry and exit ends of the carceral system to reduce incarceration. But community needs to be a partner and a closer partner. We are the ones that live in the communities that are being incarcerated, and we are the survivors of the quote-unquote crime, and we know that jail does not solve the issues in our communities. We need panels and hearings with JSIT and BOS where community can share our wisdom and our needs for our communities and the best way to close MCJ and build a robustly wild and healthy society in LA County. Damn, that was a quick minute. So I'm just but the point I want to make is that we need to defund the sheriffs and reinvest that money into the services that we're asking for: youth development, mental health, substance abuse, housing, employment, those things. Keep that on top of the list.
Thank you. We will now go back to remote speakers. Moderator, can we have the next speaker, please?
Hilda Eck, your line is open. You may begin.
Please begin.
Hello?
Hilda? Moderator, can we have the next speaker, please?
Tennell Crook, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Tennell Crook. I'm the mother of Cameron Lee Nettles. My son died in Men's Central Jail May the 13th, 2023. There's been an ongoing plan to close Men's Central Jail. The jail is not safe for anyone, and the jail needs to be closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go back to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Stephanie Luna, I'll be speaking on agenda item 22. Over 221 people have died in LASD custody since the board voted to close MCJ. This year alone, we're losing one person every 6 days, the highest death rate in 20 years. This is unacceptable. This is inhumane. And that's on all of us if we don't act now. The community has been clear. Close Men's Central Jail with no replacement, no new carceral mental health facility. We need care, not cages. We need treatment and housing, not incarceration. The cost to lock someone up with mental health needs is more than double what it would cost to care for them in the community. It's deadly to keep this jail open. We know that 40% of people in LA jails have mental health needs, and that can be safely treated in the community. We know that keeping someone with mental health needs in jail costs twice as much as providing care and housing. Los Angeles can't afford another report. We can't afford another quarter of meetings and surveys. We can't afford another death. The county has the strategy, the infrastructure, the data, the partners, but you're missing the community, who is the most important part of this factor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, board. My name is El. I would like to recognize that this is a positive step towards acknowledging the need to reduce crime via diversion methods and programs that identify populations which require the focused assistance that undermines the causes which contribute to crime. However, we must be clear that MCJ requires overwhelming physical changes to the building itself that cannot be merely retrofitted to the current jail, requiring its doors and cells to be permanently shut and relegated to the history of barbarity in the United States. Similarly, we require philosophical changes in the approach to rehabilitation and staffing changes to hold the criminal and racist entities present in the Sheriff's and Injustice Department accountable and reallocate funding towards diversion programs and away from the sheriffs. We must be clear that this proposal does not directly provide steps to close Men's Central Jail and is conditional on the notion that we can close MCJ when crime has been permanently abolished in LA. These proposals reinforce the calls to pass progressive policy, which promotes the health and well-being of the marginalized and exploited Los Angeles populations by addressing the socioeconomic and political determinants of health and poverty. But this is the permanent responsibility of this board. We are having the wrong conversation. What this proposal calls for are the crime reduction strategies which require
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Allie Rubenfeld. I'm with the Loyola Anti-Racism Center and Check the Sheriff. 50 years ago, only 12 years after MCJ was built, a cycle began where reports and lawsuits spotlight the terrible conditions within MCJ and LASD and recommend sweeping changes, only for LASD to ignore the recommendations and for the inhumane conditions and unconstitutional policing to persist. 5 years ago, this board moved to disrupt this cycle by voting to close MCJ in 2020. However, it continues as no meaningful action has been taken to do so. Since this vote, we have seen some of the deadliest years in MCJ's history. 16 people have died in the first 14 weeks of 2025. We don't need more reports or more work groups. We understand the issues. We certainly do not need LASD's proposed care campus. This is a jail by another name. LASD's mistreatment and violence towards people with mental health issues has been well documented, is the subject of lawsuits and consent decrees. LASD cannot be trusted to care for our most vulnerable residents in our streets, in our jails, or in a care campus. 6 to 9 months is too long to implement a plan that this board has been sitting on for 3 years. People are dying inside.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Grace. I'm here to urge the board and also the JSIT team to close MCJ as soon as possible. I'm here to also reiterate the things that other speakers from our coalition have already stated. And I know the members of the board have heard these things already because we've been showing up to these meetings for years with the same exact demands. There have been 16 deaths this year so far in MCJ in the LA County jails, and it's been 5 years since the board agreed to close MCJ. We've produced reports about how to close the jail and ensure community safety. I don't understand what the excuse is for the jail not being closed yet. How many stories do you need to hear from grieving families, from mothers, from families who have experienced unspeakable loss before you take action and close the jail? Also, I want to say that the perception of progress in this in this group is warped. I think the 3-lever approach that you're presenting today is not novel. It's something that DPN identified in their jail closure reports. These are hardly progress updates. Honestly, at best, it's reporting on frameworks that you're going to use internally. I think there needs to be more progress, and now.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Sonali, and I'm a researcher at the UCLA Biocritical Studies Lab. I spent the past 2 years reading autopsy reports that come out of MCJ and can confidently say that the vast majority of cases classify the cause of death as natural when there's absolutely nothing natural about the death. People are being killed by the conditions of imprisonment, and I'm very disturbed that our elected officials continue to enable the cycles of poverty and death that disproportionately impact Black and brown Angelenos. Everyone is pointing fingers and no one seems to know why the jail hasn't closed, but this issue is intimately bound to the over-policing of this city. You're all saying that you're spread so thin, hence the delays, except you increased the police budget by $126 million for this fiscal year and are increasing it by $160 million for the next year, and are somehow still confused why MCJ's population continues to increase. I demand the immediate closure of MCJ and the reinvestment of my tax dollars into public resources that uplift the systematically neglected communities of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Nikki Cooper, and I live in Hermosa Beach in District 2. I'm a student at Loyola Law School, where I have been studying the data around bail and the data and law around bail as a member of the pretrial justice practicum. This board must take immediate, decisive action to close Men's Central Jail. You hold the power to shape a better future, one rooted in dignity and justice for all Angelenos. I've had the unique opportunity to tour the inside of the jail and see its atrocities firsthand: the filth, the overcrowding, the inhumanity. The facility is not just outdated, it's dangerous. With rampant abuse, mold, and a rising death rate, it is a human rights crisis in our own backyard. The data is clear on how the board should close the jail. Reduce reliance on pretrial detention, which worsens outcomes by increasing conviction rates and sentence lengths. People lose jobs, housing, and family stability just for being too poor to make bail. Evidence shows that expanding pretrial release and reducing reliance on money bail improves public safety and lowers jail populations, without increasing missed court dates or new offenses. Please put words into action. The need is urgent. It cannot be incremental. Close Men's Central Jail now.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Ellie. I'm a constituent of SD1. I'm from La Puente. And I'm also a member of SE Justice Group. We're an organization of a loving and powerful community of women with incarcerated loved ones based in Pasadena and SD5. And I just want to start by saying Supervisor Horvath, Supervisor Hahn, and Supervisor Solis, I really appreciate the comments and all the questions that you all raised in response to the presentation. We share the same sentiments around the timeline, around the name change, around the urgency of closing MCJ. Y'all really took the questions out of my mouth. And I'm also echoing what Sadi said earlier, really disappointed that Supervisor Barger wasn't here for this presentation. especially when we know from the voter education efforts that we held in District 5 leading up to the general election that in Altadena and Pasadena, that this is a priority for for our neighbors there. And we, along with our partners at DPN, we knocked on over 5,000 doors and had over 1,300 conversations with our neighbors.
Thank you. Next
Thank you.
speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Janet Asante. I'm employed at Dignity and Power now. I'm a member of the Justice LA Coalition. And to finish Ellie's thought, yes, we did organize specifically in SD5 with over 5,000 doors and 1,300 conversations. And overwhelmingly, we had so many pledge cards, about 900 pledge cards signed, that people want MCJ without a replacement. Sheriff Luna still hasn't brought here to testify to why people are dying in his custody. He is the person who is responsible for that, and his department is responsible for that. Why isn't he here? And in addition to that, why is he able to bring us into conversations of financing and budget deficits for something he hasn't even presented a plan for? He showed up here last year saying he needed $2 million for deputy gangs, and here you are today paying out over $4 million because of the lawsuits against the LA Sheriff's Department. And meanwhile, for folks over at JSIT, yes, we are definitely community partners, but without the trust, we can't move forward. And how you gain that trust is by actually wielding your power, as some of the supervisors here have said. Put things on the budget. You're under the CEO's office. What budgetary things do we need to do now in order to close Men's Central Jail? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other speakers to address the board.
Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. I want to pick up where the last commenter left off. That's why I brought up the comment around the care campus. Not because it's a plan of this board. It's not. It's an idea that has been mentioned by the sheriff, and I get asked about it. It's an idea. It's not a plan. I'm glad to know that this team has not heard that plan, and even happier to hear that it's not in this budget. What we need to be doing is investing in the things that we know are going to help us advance what the mission of this team is. And so I just wanted to be very clear. I'm hearing your comments about what lack of clarity, and I want to be very clear about why I brought that up, because it is part of the conversation that's happening, and I think we all deserve to know what's happening with that discussion, where it is, what's happening, and who's touching what aspects of it. To know that it's not in the budget is, I think, an important thing to surface for all of us. So just wanted to clarify that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. I also want to just draw attention to our, obviously, Mr. Pinckney is a new employee here to the county. He's been now several months, and he's made his rounds, and I'm certain that today he was able to hear from our advocates in our community, and I'm assuming, maybe I shouldn't assume, but that he will reach out to folks here in the audience and get to know you better and perhaps have that kind of discussion and forum with you. So I see a nod. So, okay, we'll count on that. Okay, seeing that there are no further comments from the public or board members, this is a received and filed hearing. And if there's no objections to that, that will be the order. So we will move on. Thank you. Thank you to the audience and those that called in and those that participated in today's discussion. Appreciate that. Now we're going to turn to specials, but my understanding we don't have any, so we'll move on to adjournments. So we'll begin at this time with Horvath, Hahn, and then I will pick it up where Barger left off. I don't have any, so I'll read in hers, and then the second, I don't know that they have any. So why don't we go ahead and start? Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Okay, thank you. I have 4 adjournments today. First, when we adjourn today, I would ask that we adjourn in memory of Ron Saucy, the visionary founder and artistic director of Los Angeles' Odyssey Theater Ensemble. Ron recently passed away at the age of 85. Born in Detroit, he earned a degree in writing for theater and television from the University of Michigan, and he furthered his studies at UCLA's School of Theater, Film, and Television, where he was honored with the Samuel Goldwyn Award for Screenwriting. In 1969, Ron established the Odyssey Theater on Hollywood Boulevard, creating a space for experimental and boundary-pushing performances. Under his leadership, the theater became known for avant-garde works and daring productions, including A Man's a Man by Bertolt Brecht and The Serpent by Jean-Claude Van Ital. Throughout his prolific career, Ron received numerous recognitions, including LA Weekly Career Achievement Award and the Los Angeles Dramatic Critics Circle Margaret Hartford Award for his commitment to theatrical innovation. He is survived by his wife, Severine LaRue, and his sister, Nancy Foley. As we remember Ron, we remember his unwavering dedication to the arts and his profound impact on the Los Angeles theater community. His legacy will continue to inspire future generations of theater makers and audiences alike. Next, I move that when we adjourn in memory today of Stephen Sittig, who passed away surrounded by his family on Friday, March 21st. He was a beloved husband, father, grandfather, and dedicated educator who enriched the lives of many in his community. Steve was a man of diverse talents and passions, leaving behind a remarkable legacy of service and commitment. Born with a spirit of adventure, Steve built a catamaran and sailed the ocean's waves, embracing the beauty of nature. He spent a year skiing in Mammoth, volunteered with the National Ski Patrol in Big Bear from 1978 to 1989, and was a first aid volunteer at the 1984 Olympics. Steve cherished time spent at the family cabin, sharing his love for the mountains with his friends and family. An avid outdoorsman, Steve embarked on annual backpacking trips with his graduate school friends, forging lifelong bonds. His passion for brewing led to many accolades for his homemade beer, a testament to his creativity, skill, and real-world application of his classroom chemistry lessons. Always giving back, Steve donated 6 gallons of blood and 500 units of platelets over his life. He was a prominent figure in education and astronomy, serving as the observatory director and science faculty at the Webb Schools in Claremont from May 1996 until his retirement in 2015. He rebuilt the observatory, oversaw the school's astronomy program, and inspired countless students. Prior to this, he was a cherished faculty member at St. Lucy's Priory High School from 1982 to 1995. He held a Master of Arts in Philosophy of Religion from Claremont Graduate University, a Master of Arts in Theology from Fuller Theological Seminary, and a Bachelor of Arts in Mathematics from California State University, Fullerton. Steve's greatest joy came from his family. He was a loving husband to Carol, his wife of 49 years, father to Dylan, Alyssa, and son-in-law Nick, and grandfather to Lincoln and Emmett. As we remember Steve Sittig, we celebrate his adventurous spirit, his compassion for those around him, and his unwavering commitment to education and community service. He leaves behind a legacy of love and inspiration that will live on in the hearts of all who knew him, and he will be profoundly missed. We extend our condolences, especially to Dylan on my team. Next, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Joan S. Liebman, who is a devoted educator and beloved mother and grandmother. Her life was marked by her fierce intellect, generous heart, and enduring commitment to her community and the causes she held dear. Born in New York to Morris and Ida Susselis, Joan was the younger sister of Isabel. She earned a degree in political science from Syracuse University and went on to inspire generations of students throughout her 20-year career at Walter Reed Junior High in Los Angeles, where she served as co-chair of the English department. Joan was known for her sharp wit, deep love of the arts, and steadfast dedication to democracy and civic engagement. She was predeceased by her husband, Mike, and her daughters, Nina and Marjorie. She is survived by her daughter, Abby, and her cherished grandchildren, Phil and Laura, who continue to carry her legacy forward. As we remember Joan, we celebrate a life of learning, love, and passion for making the world a better place. May her memory be a blessing. And finally, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Val Kilmer, who passed away on April 1st at the age of 65. He was a distinguished actor renowned for his dynamic performances and dedication to his craft. Born in Los Angeles, he displayed an early passion for acting, becoming the youngest student accepted into Juilliard's school drama division at the time. He began his film career with a comedic role in Top Secret and gained prominence with his portrayal of Iceman in the iconic film Top Gun. Kilmer's versatility shone through in diverse roles such as Jim Morrison in The Doors, Doc Holliday in Tombstone, and the titular character in Batman Forever. Beyond his film career, Val was also an accomplished stage actor and artist. He wrote and starred in the one-man play Citizen Twain, reflecting his deep appreciation for Mark Twain. In his later years, he turned to visual arts, showcasing his paintings in galleries and exhibitions. Despite Val's ongoing health challenges, he continued to pursue his creative passions and made a poignant return to the screen in Top Gun: Maverick, reprising his role as Iceman. And I had the opportunity to personally work with him in the V-Day organization, where he was a dedicated advocate and ally in the fight to end violence against women and girls. He is survived by his two children, Mercedes and Jack, who have both followed in their father's artistic footsteps. As we remember Val Kilmer, we honor his remarkable contributions to the arts and his enduring legacy in the world of entertainment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Billy Cahill, who was a longtime resident of San Pedro, passed away at the age of 92. Billy was a beloved member of the community who enjoyed spending time with her family, traveling, and was an active member of the San Pedro Elks Club. Billy was preceded in death by her husband, Ronald, and she and Ronald owned and operated Ron's Jewelers in the heart of downtown San Pedro for many decades. She's survived by her children, James, Lisa, and Mark, 5 grandchildren, and 5 great-grandchildren. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Nancy B. Heffley, a San Pedro native who passed away recently at the age of 89. Nancy B., as she was known to millions of Dodger fans, provided the soundtrack for fans as the Dodger Stadium organist for 27 years before her retirement in 2015. She took over the organist from the late Helen Dell in 1988, becoming the second organist the Dodgers had since 1971. She began playing piano at age 4, and by age 7, she was proficient at the accordion. And at 13, she asked her teacher to show her the basics of the organ. Nancy played the organ for more than 55 years at Bellflower Baptist Church, where she also met her husband, Bill. Nancy was a substitute organist for the Angels before auditioning for the Dodger job on Valentine's Day in 1988 at an exhibition game between the Dodgers and USC. Nancy didn't plan a program for her music at the games. Instead, she would use cues from the field to decide what she played while adding in popular pop and rock songs. Nancy quickly became as much of a fan favorite as Vin Scully and Tommy Lasorda. She was also known for playing Master of the House from Les Miserables prior to Oral Hershiser's Starts, a nod to his love of Broadway musicals. When asked if she ever got sick of playing Take Me Out to the Ball Game, Nancy told the Los Angeles Times in 2004, "You think I would, but actually, I don't." Nancy is preceded in death by her husband, Bill, and is survived by her son, Mark, and daughter, Janice. May she rest in peace and play the organ in the celestial heavens. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Reverend Earl Neal, who was a dedicated leader and teacher who served his community at Life Gospel Ministries in Long Beach, where his unwavering faith and commitment to service left a lasting impact on many lives. His compassionate spirit touched many, from feeding the unhoused to working with incarcerated youth and teaching Sunday school. Reverend Neal will be remembered by his community as a devoted servant of the Lord with a legacy of faith, service, and love that will continue to inspire all who knew him. He's survived by his children, Sean and Sonia, as well as Steve, who was a council member in Long Beach and also serves on the Harbor Commission for the Port of Long Beach and is a good friend of mine. Also, along with his grandchildren, he's survived. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my adjournments.
Thank you. I don't have any adjournments from my district, but I will read 2 adjournments in on behalf of Chair Barger, representing the 5th District. First, I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in the memory of Anarhit Baba Konyan, who was a longtime resident of Los Angeles. She passed away at the age of 76. Anahit was an extraordinary woman and was deeply devoted to public service. She was passionate about helping those in need. Her passion for public service was contagious, and her daughter, Adrene, followed in her footsteps and continues to serve the public. She often said, in a world where you could be anything, be kind, be joyful, and be positive. Anahit was a force of good and kind, gentle, humble, and caring. Anahit is survived by her children, Adrien, Alisa, and Karn. Second, I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in the memory of Haley Marie Okula, who was a dedicated emergency room nurse and influential advocate for new nurses. She passed away on March 29th at the age of 31 due to complications from childbirth. Haley attended Oregon State and Boise State University, representing both universities through gymnastics. Following Haley's graduation, she founded the RN New Grads to help new grad nurses and nurse students succeed and create a safe place for nurses. After Haley married her husband, Los Angeles Fire Department engineer Matthew Okula, Haley will be truly missed. She's survived by her husband, Matthew, a newborn son, crew, and an extensive network of family, friends, and colleagues who will cherish her memory. May she rest in peace. And with that, member, thank you. We'll take all the motions as seconded. If there's no objection to a unanimous vote, that will be the action. Members, this concludes today's meeting. The next regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors will be held on Tuesday, April 15th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. And remember, April 15th is not the deadline for taxes. It's been extended.
You should say that again, except for property taxes. I feel like property taxes, unless you're in the zip codes affected by the fires. But you should say that again because a lot of people don't. Say that again, Supervisor.
I'll let you say it.
Well, the federal and state taxes have been extended until October.
Yeah.
No matter if you've been affected by the fires or not. But I think a lot of people don't know that. So thank you for bringing that up. Except for your property taxes, if you are not in certain zip codes.
Please pay them.
That are please pay them. We depend on them. I paid mine today.
But if you haven't turned in your right of entry form, that deadline is still April 15th, and we need them in.
ASAP, okay, great. Okay, members, thank you so much, and to the staff and to the audience. We appreciate your tuning in with us today. Thank you.